to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Ayy, skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. But you on the block, let's see if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up, let's get it. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Ayy, skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. Put you on the block, let's see if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up, let's get it. Bitch, I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Ayy, yeah. Skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Ayy, skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. But you on the block, let's see if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up, let's get it. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Ayy, skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. Put you on the block, let's see if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up, let's get it. Bitch, I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Ayy, yeah. Skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at.
Yo. Good morning. How is everybody?
Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a
Turn this down. A little loud. How are you, Cass? How's it going, man? Sorry, I gotta adjust the mic. Everything's like weird right now. Hold on. There we go. Alrighty. How is everybody? Oops. There we go. I get here early. You help with my morning wood problem. Yo, I guess I'm glad to help. I guess. Am I allowed to stream Nintendo games? Yeah. You just have to make sure that you own them. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that you own them, and you'll be fine. You know what I'm saying? Nintendo's a little, but you can stream them though. People stream them all the time. I'll show you. Like right now, Hero's playing Pokemon. Oh no, he's playing Zelda right now. Yeah, you can play him. See, you're good. Am I about to get an ad? Watch me get an ad. No, but see, you're good. You can stream him. You can stream him. We're finished. Wulong. Wulong is hard. Like that game is difficult. Souls games in general are just difficult. You know? Loud. There we go. Yeah, you're good. How come my... Oh, let me put this back where it belongs. Belong is always hard. That's how he got his name. True. It's just true. Yeah, you can stream Nintendo games. You're good there. Which game are you gonna stream? Okay. What videos was I going to like? Yo, what's up, Doc? How are you? How are you? The Doc is here. Welcome in. Welcome in. Put on the do not disturb on the phone. There we go. What's up, Doc? How are you? Still waking up. Still waking up. Just eating lunch in the process of hiring video editors for my stream. There you go. There you go. Are you gonna have like a editors? I'm trying to think, like a VOD editor, clip editor, stuff like that. There you go. As of now, the only thing I edit are TikToks, and I barely edit those, to be honest with you. Tired. I can do shorts on my own, but I want an editor to push my content out there faster. I understand that. I understand that. Getting it out faster is a good idea, especially if you can get it. If you can hit the right ideal times. I have a dedicated artist who wants to grow with me. Now I'm looking for an editor to grow with. That's a good idea. I like that. I like that. I do like that. I like that. One of these days I'll get around to actually editing. All I've done so far is I highlight everything and just kind of upload it. The more I make, the more they make. I think that's a good way to do it. One of the channels that I watch, let me see if they're live actually right now, is like the only card game I play is like a Yu-Gi-Oh one. They're not live right now, but they're pretty big on YouTube now. But when they started, it was kind of like that. Like the more they made, the more that the video editor made. So that's how they kind of grew it. I'm gonna go to the airport with my mom today. That means she get her debit card back. Damn. How was life with her card, Snow? How was life with her card? Are you gonna try to go back to the movies? Like and actually see the Mario movie? Man, it's always tough giving back the debit card, you know? Shower for me to keep in. I said it's okay, but she usually reoffers. Yeah, see, that's why. Look, you can't refuse your blessings. You know what I'm saying? Someone offers, you just gotta be like, oh, thanks. You know, you just gotta be like, yeah, thanks, appreciate that. I like playing hard to get, and look what it got you. Yo, were you at home? Like at home? Did you get your PlayStation? Like, were you in Philly or no? If so, you can't forget that like you did last time. You know? You gotta get that back. No, she came to my sister's house because, oh yeah, the baby was born. That's true. That's right. That's right. That's right. How are you, Saul? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. You should just be like, yo, I changed my mind. I actually need that debit card, you know? It's gotta be like, yeah. Let me hold it. My first real typo. Yeah, that one was. Luckily, I knew what you meant. Saul, I got that horse. I had to do it off stream, but I finally got it. I got that fucking horse. It took 3 hours on stream and about 4 off stream before it spawned, but I found it. Right? So much food. Gotta stock up. Yeah. It was difficult too. So when I was trying to get it, my health ran out. So I had to drink one of the potions and the horse ran off and I had to chase it. It was a nightmare. But I got it. I gotta show it off. Let me open Steam. I'm so proud of it. I'm so proud of it. Bitch ass horse, I'm saying. I was literally trying off. I was like, I can't let this horse beat me. I have to get it. I was buying my niece. I was buying my niece and little cousin everything. Look at you. You was balling. Take the debit card, Snow. Take it. You might as well. It was offered, you know? She wouldn't have offered it if she didn't mean it. Usually, you know? Usually she wouldn't. You just gotta take it. I was swiping that bitch like it was going out of style. I say take it, bruh. Take it. You got to. I don't want to ask, though. You gotta ask. It's your mom. Just be like, yo, I changed my mind about that debit card. I realized I need it. You know? Be like, yeah, college is difficult, you know? I need that card. I need it. You just gotta ask. And she'll be like, yeah, cool. Or just act like you forgot it. Oh, damn, I forgot the card. You know? Just let her know. Then when I ask after I say no, she acts smug. You just gotta let her, bruh. You gotta let her. That's what playing hard to get gets you. That's what it gets you. That's why you gotta be straight up. Yeah, let her be smug. Afternoon, cutie patooties. Good afternoon, Beck. How are you? How are you? Where's this fucking horse at? Let me show you. I got it. Before I'm literally just showing you, but I'm not playing yet. Let me find it. Fuck did I put it? This fucking autosave is annoying. How are you today, Beck? Oh, it's over here. Okay, I found it. I'll show you in a sec.
How do you do?
Well, I meant to be marking, but I spent 3 hours watching special guest live performances on YouTube. So, hey, I mean, that's a good way to spend time. This community warms my cold ass heart. I'm glad. You know, it's helped make my heart grow. What's the reference? 3 times the size it was? Where did I put that stupid? Oh, it's over there. Good vibes, you know? It's a good way to spend the day. I can't find it. I'll show you when I actually play it. It's on here somewhere, though. Fucking loved Eminem. Just saying, I'm that age. What special are you looking at? Look at all you reliable fuckers coming in. What special are you looking at? The second he goes live. And I've been good at being on time, for the most part. You know? I've been good about it. I used to be like 30 minutes late. We're good now, you know? I'm tired. I was watching everybody's streams last night. It's hard being in like 4 streams at once. Currently watching his Rock and Roll Hall of Fame performance. Ah, okay. Got you. How much is a PC that you can run games like Rust in the forest? You do be here early now. Yep. Do legit work on my streams before work, rush home and get ready to start stream when I'm with my girl. I don't do anything else. Yeah, I kind of just make content. I do my photo job, obviously, but other than that, I just think about streaming, you know? It's just so fun. I love it. I legitimately do. Plus, yesterday left me like a different kind of inspired. Because we averaged 16 people yesterday, which is insane. No raid. See when he performed Not Afraid after he got clean. Holy. I like Eminem. Short stream tomorrow. Tomorrow, you guys have me inspired, homie. Like, that's what I love about watching you guys. Wasn't even my biggest stream. It was so fun. Tomorrow's the short stream. I have to leave tomorrow exactly at 2 because I have a bit of a drive. And I have to get ready. I guess I can get dressed and just wear what I was going to wear on stream. But I don't know. I have to leave at 2 regardless. So short stream tomorrow. You coming through tonight? I will be there. I will be there. Yes, sir. I'll hold you to it. Thank you. Thank you. So I don't forget. My man. Yes, sir. You all make me so motivated to stream as well. My voice comes back. Yes. As soon as your voice comes back, you need a back stream. I love them. I love them. Been over a week now because I've been so run down. Yeah, it's good to take some time for you. You know, good to take some time for you, recover, and then come back. You know, take that fucking follow. Yes, sir. The doc will be in there. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Like, yesterday was crazy. But I wasn't self-promoting. Don't ban. I don't care about that, Beck. Like, you're the only ones, let me tell you something. The only ones who get a ban are those who I don't know and graphic designers. Well, graphic designers don't get a ban, but they get timed out for a while. Those damn graphic designers. But you're good. I was just talking about being sick. No, you're good. I'm wicked. I kept my sister's car and my mom's debit card all week. I felt like a man. Someone mentioned GFX. Your hair is so nice just now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Problem though. What? What? I know the perfect GFX artist. How is someone meant to get their hands in it? That is a good question. I only have it in for what? 2 more weeks? Maybe? Whenever I get tired of it? You know? Then it'll be out again. You know? I'm trying to grow it more. I need it to grow more. So you got to put in braids sometimes. You know? We'll be alternating. We'll be alternating some, you know? I'm actually surprised that it's held up this long. Did that help it grow? Yeah, because it's like a protective style. So it's not getting tangled and me having to detangle and stuff and worrying about breakage and stuff like that. I'm not the best at explaining it. It breaks fine. Shit, white hair, girl hair. Mine's pretty thick when I braid it. I love how my morning Twitter posts hype everyone. Yes. I need to start getting on Twitter more. Older siblings over mom. I mean, don't say that to your mom. You still need the debit card, my boy. You still need the debit card. You gotta be nice. You just gotta be like, yo, mom, I need the card. You know? You know? I need to add more tags to my Twitch. I was looking at that. So I actually look at that stuff. Where's my analytics? I'll show you. Discovery. So I look at the discovery a decent bit, right? Snow needs a sugar mama cougar. He does. And I still need to figure out what is this. So these 2 tags are coming off, right? These 2 tags are coming off because they don't get any engagement. But I don't know when this got added. Thinking of adding the backseat gaming, but I also don't want to deal with shitheads. Yeah, especially with the game. See, because you play CS, right? Bean Man. Yo, Bean Man. Good morning, Bean Man. Thank you for your redemption. We love Bean Man. We're almost at the point where that emote will be approved automatically. Then we can spam it. Bean Man, here it comes to wreck the day. We love Bean Man. I don't game, so I get no engagement for my tags. I need to alter them. Yeah, you kind of have to think about tags that apply to your stream. But I'm not going to lie, Doc. I wouldn't recommend the backseat gaming tag for yours because you play CS and like Apex, right? And those backseat gamers are annoying. You know what I mean? Those gamers, those ones are annoying. Like, if you play a shooter, I don't know. That one's a little different. So I think you just kind of have to play around with it, though. Shit. What? What happened? I'm going to get into single-player games a lot more once I get a video editor on the team. Yeah, then you can. Then Now she sound mad. I just heard her scream at my little cousin. Just give her a little bit. Just give her a little bit. She'll be good. You know? Like when you play the new Star Wars game that comes out, Doc, then I'd put it. You may just have to add and get rid of that tag. You know? It's like, imagine like playing, for example, Call of Duty and putting Backseat Gamers Welcome. Holy. Holy, I would not want to stream that with that tag on there. You know? Yeah. The tags kind of help. Like I'm seeing the impressions. And I kind of look at those and then based upon like how they're doing off of that. Once my stream is daily up and running, like all my scenes and my content, my artists will be making animated scenes for each game I'll be playing. That'll be cool. That will be cool. I think a streamer that I see that does that, I think it's Carnage. I don't know if you know him. It's Becky O'Dactyl. Yes, it is. Oh, I leaked it. My bad. My bad. I shouldn't have read that. I leaked it. I'm sorry. Damn, I'm mad she said she was staying down longer. Hey, man. Just give her a little bit and then ask. Carnage does it. He's the one that does it. Not while he's playing, but like in between. Let me see if I can find it. Cole's actually pretty cool at that. And he plays the most random games. I'm trying to be the most integrated and creative content creator out there, still growing and learning, but that's the goal. Hey, you got it. I believe it. Fine. Can now find the fucking school I work and everything because I'm an idiot. No, you're good. My mom named Neki O'Dactyl. Damn, look at that. Very close. Very similar. Very similar. You know? Too close for comfort, to be honest. Yeah, it's actually really, really close. You know? It's really close. Sounds like a morning. Like, it's actually really close. Close this. Anything else? I don't need Discord open. I don't believe. Answered everything there. Let me see. Is there videos up? There was. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I believe you can do it though, Doc. I really do. I see how the stream's growing. You guys follow Fesshole on Twitter? Who's that? Who's Fesshole? I'm so glad I didn't just bit by bit. Yes, sir. I guess so. It's an anonymous confession. Well, as soon as I first typed it into Twitter, I got a Joe Biden deepfake. That is wild. But now I see the account. Whoa. I'm scarred. Like I gotta look at something else so I can unsee it. Joe Biden deepfake? Yeah, it's him being. Let me see how I can describe this. He's crowd surfing, spread eagle, naked. You know what I'm saying? Spread eagle naked. And it's the very first thing that popped up when I typed in Fesshole on Twitter. You know that little alien that drives the human and Men in Black? Yeah, that's him. Yo, what's up, Feeve? What's up, Feeve? How are you? So yesterday, Feeve, I spent about 3 hours trying to get that horse. Right? I spent 3 hours trying to get that white Arabian horse in Red Dead and did not get it on stream. And so then it took me another 4 hours off stream to get it. But I got it. I got it. What's up, Glitched? How are you? What's up? I got it off stream when I did it? Yeah, it took me 4 hours off stream to find it. But I got it. I got that damn horse. I'm taking her to the airport. I'm guessing a card will be awarded to me on this hour-plus journey. You gotta ask. Fuck that horse blasted. Her grandson's still funny looking. Don't tell her that. Don't tell her that if you expect the card. You gotta just be like, yo, mom, I was trolling about not needing the card. Please just I need the debit card. I need it. Trolled by the game? Yeah, I was. Constant snowstorms making it hard to see it. It not spawning. You know, all that stuff. We did it, though. We did it, though. I feel good. If you need a quick laugh, legit just read Fesshole. It's British people being assholes to everyone and themselves. I'm added to a list. I'm on the account now. I'm adding it to a list. What list are we putting it on? We need a new list. Create a new list. Funny. There you go. Sell the horse to the glue factory? I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to after all it put me through, to be honest. Why be hey being swaddled? I be ready to free Lil Nev. He know Big Unk it down. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he knows that you there for him, even though you've been clowning his hairline for the last, what? How old is he now? A week? He's a week old now? Right? He's like a week? His whole life. Yeah, literally his whole life. You know? You got to give him like a month. Yeah, you've been clowning him his whole life. He turned a week tomorrow. Yeah. Like, you know, his hairline will come through in about a month or so. You know, the first week, you know, still getting used to everything. Your body stops caring about the hairline for a little bit. I don't know if that's true, but I'm just guessing. You know, I'm just guessing that. Let me delete this off my watch later. You know, he turns a week tomorrow. The hairline jokes, they are funny. They are funny. Skratsx, yes. Yes. Yes, Doc. Yes. My TikTok yesterday was my most successful ever, but I'm terrified for the next one. There's so much editing, and I'm just shit. Oh, you could do it. Why the fuck aren't you posting live on Twitter? Post that shit so I can retweet it. Okay. What should I say? I always forget to tweet, Doc. I always do. I'm not going to lie. I forget. I will literally be scrolling and just not think about it. What should I put here? Let's see. Live, yo? Okay. I'll put that. Be creative. You know what I'm going to do? Let's ask Chat GPT. Give me a good one. Don't you be like, live, come hang out, boring. You know what I need? Do I have a clip? I like posting clips with it. Heck, Katie. I hate Katie. Fucking. That's all my Americans friends sound like. Live, yo, oh God. Oh God. Turn this to, there we go. I'm gonna miss YB. I'm not driving down here all the time no more. The well has runneth dry. Not if you get that card. For real, bussin' no cap, on God. Yo, what's up, kinda cool? What's up? Bussin' on God. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I've ever actually said that to be serious. I'll be honest with you. I will be honest. Let me find a clip. I'm pretty sure I have a clip on here that I'll just post up there. I don't see you coming through tonight and borderline sexually harassing my chat tonight. I will fucking paddle you. I don't know if that's the way to get him in there, Doc. You know, that's kind of giving him the reward. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Where's that screenshot? Where's she at? Did I delete it on accident? Oh. Let me crop it. Wait, who's getting paddled? Snow. Snow. It's snow. It's snow, you know. It's snow. You want some of this? Yo, that Patrick one is so good. What the fuck? ChatGPT's terrible at this. All right. Awesome, right? I love that one. Bro, Small Beans Patrick is God tier? Who has it? Is someone sub to her? I need to see it. Or let me go to her Twitch. Hold on. Twitch.tv/small. What's her? She followed me, I think. Did she? I don't know if she follows me. I have to follow it. I have to find it. I gotta find it. I think I saw it briefly, but I don't remember it. You're too cool for this paddle. I volunteer for tribute. Put your watches in. Oh, small. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Got it. Small Bean's funny as fuck. She is funny. Let me mute the tab so nothing crazy plays. Nope. Oh god, my emotes are giant now. I have 7TV. What the heck? I love 7TV. 7TV, I love it. I like it better than Better Twitch and BTTV. I don't like the menu though for 7TV. I like the native one. Small bean over steak fry all day. All day, every day. Oh, her SpongeBob one is good. Also don't sub. Because racist EDC, but use for free shirt. Yeah, I mean I don't ever sub for any of them, to be honest. I'm about to clean off, I'll be back. I got some extra funk on me. Yeah, go get that off. Let me know when you post a tweet. I will. I'm thinking of what to tweet right now. I'm still waking up. I'll repost the fuck out of your tweets. Okay, hold on. Let me let's go here. Let's crop it in. I told you what to tweet. Oh yeah, live, yo. On me. We in here. Get in here. I'm posting. If this will crop for me. Jesus. What the? There we go. Save as copy. Live, yo, y'all. Get in here. Riz right now. For real. Okay. I think Doc will like this one. Let me go to my photos. Jesus afraid of you. So I'm thinking we go with this photo. You know, it's been a while. It's been a while. But and he just returned. You know. Let's drag. The way you speak is hot American buds, I promise. Is it? Zoom into her face though? Okay. Let me zoom more. Can I edit it? Oh, I can. This is the face of someone who missed stream yesterday. Don't be that person today. Get in here. Dash. Twitch.tv. Skratsx. There's something about being called baby with an American accent that is just so much hotter. So yes, truth, really? I've never heard that my accent is nice. But I've also never really considered that I have an accent, to be fair. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. There you go, Doc. I tweeted it. Come here, baby. Get in here. Well, I don't want to come across as predatory to all of you. Oh, no, you're good. I like to be predated upon. Yes, Scratch, your accent is lovely. Does my accent sound country back? I've been told that I sound like I have a little bit of a country accent now. And I don't know if I like that. Careful, don't say stuff like that to Snow. Snow will be all over you. He doesn't necessarily need the encouragement. No, he won't. Yes, he will. Have you seen Snow? Yes, he will. If I had that Wiggly Tough emote, I'd show you. Let me see if I can find it. He's just joking. No, it's okay. Yeah. Yes. You know. God, that Wiggly Tough emote that he uses is just so good. Oh, also, yesterday I tried peppermint tea. Not a fan. Not a fan. Unless he's not joking. I can't even find one. Yeah, I don't want to be predatory. Unless, someone's cool with it. I'm sorry Was it peppermint green tea? No, it was just peppermint. Was I supposed to mix them? Is that where I messed up? Because I tried it and was like, yeah, don't like this. I don't like this at all. You know? No, you can buy peppermint green? Oh, okay. Okay. Because I did say I was going to try it. Another thing I'm posting you then. Okay, peppermint green. I think I can get that, right? Is there a brand? You know, Jon Snow will. He will. Is there a brand, like a particular brand I should get? Or do you do like just the leaves? I'll have to, she's not in here, right? Let me see if she's in here. Hold on before I say this. Let me look. Let me see if she's actually in here. Let's see who's in here. Before I say this, I don't want to be like, yeah, I'm just going to take her stuff. And she's like, what'd you say? Actually, I'll just say it. I don't care. I'll just go through Lev's. I'm going to check my cupboard when I get up next. Okay. So, if Lev is not in here, which she doesn't seem to be, I'll just tell him I'll ban him. He's easily distracted. Yes. She is not in here. Okay, I can say it. So, Lev has a lot of tea. I'll just look through her collection, see if she has some. You know? She's in here. So, if she's not, like, I'll just look through hers. Love that. Yeah, I just had to make sure. Snow, what the? Why are you snitching? You can't snitch, bruh. You can't snitch. But, you know, I just had to make sure she's not in here. I'll look through her. She has like a whole tea collection. You know? Snitches get stitches, boy. Exactly. Like, stop snitching, bruh. She's not in here. The bias judge is coming for Snow. You better run. So remember yesterday we made Lev the horny judge? In her stream, Snow gave $5 and she was like, never mind, sentence is overturned. Like, what is that? John going away for life unless you give her $5. You gift a sub over there, you get out. It's crazy. She came through here, 30 years, no parole. Then on her stream, Snow gifted a sub and she goes, actually, you're good. No, I'm sorry, she thinks I'm too wild to even be compared to anyone else. It was wild, man. Like, just a little reader, innocent and romantic. Exactly. Trump taught me the way. What on earth does she mean? I'll have to ask. I'll have to ask her. Lev doesn't know. She doesn't know. Innocent as Donald Trump. Curse, you look like I could snack on you right now. There you go. I just stole all this cool tea from my sister too. You see? You have to. So I'm going to go through there. I'm going to check her collection and I'm going to see what I can find. She got all the organic stuff. Lev has like fancy teas. Like fancy ones. As soon as you said money, I got a lotto ad that started a cash chain. Oh. That was good timing. That was good timing. W ad. W timing on that. I sent lots of tea from book promoters, actually. They mail you tea? That's actually cool. I don't get anything from promoters here. All we get lately are do you want to sell your house? We'd love to buy your house. Quite often when we get books, they send tea and snacks with them. That's good promotion. I'd be more willing to buy if someone sent me stuff like that. You know? I'd love that. I don't get sent cool free stuff. The only stuff I get sent is like, I get sent them for free. Yeah. That's cool. I don't get any of that stuff. I get like office supply magazines. Oh, so you'll review them on Instagram. I mean, that's still cool though. That's still cool. That's dope. I want free tea. See? Like, I may not even review it, but you still get free tea, you know? Still get free tea. If it's free, it's me. Exactly. Exactly. It's so cool, but my account is still so small. I'm on the growth grind this term. You're gonna grow for real. I believe it back. I'm putting it out there. Howdy, homies. Welcome in, Killmonger. Welcome in. Yesterday's stream, incredible. God, the content was great in yesterday's stream, Killmonger. It was so good. I've been playing the old Metroid games, and I've never had a better time. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. I'm glad, Cass. I'm glad. I haven't played Metroid in so long. Next time this year, you're going to be like, damn, I can't stop growing. Took some growth Viagra. Exactly. Where's Grill? Grill. Where's Grill? I can close that now. Has anyone seen Doc today? That shit was crazy. Thank you for sliding. You turned up the vibes for show. It was fun. Your messages were not sent because you're sending messages too quickly. What? I hate when that happens, actually. I don't have slow mode on. That's weird. I hate when that stuff happens. It was fun, though. Vibes yesterday was so fun. That happens every time I type. That's so weird. I think that's just Twitch being Twitch, unfortunately. Twitch is weird. Every stream with you is fun. Every stream with you. You guys make it fun for real. You do. It's just Twitch is not you. Okay. Well, time to go to kick. Let's kick it. Curse, I swear to God. I keep getting comments on my TikTok. They're like, yo, go to kick, go to kick. By the way, I got an email from Twitch yesterday. Someone reported me for racism because I said black man. On here? In mine? That's wild. What? It was tough, wasn't it? You know who it probably was? Not here. Okay. That's wild. Not here. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Not here. That'd be wild. It's not anyone in here unless we have a troll. We have a troll. Okay, yeah. Not this black man. I'll keep saying it. When I'm not on TikTok Live. You know what I'm saying? It's TikTok Live. You never know what you can say that'll get you banned. First, I totally hit you with a report. Yo, what's up, Jazzy? What's up? Why can't you say it on TikTok? What the fuck? Oh, Beck, you don't know my history with TikTok Live. In February, I got banned 5 times. 5 times in February on TikTok Live for doing nothing. Facts, I got banned on TikTok for just existing. Why? No idea. They said I was bullying people. I literally was just, you know how I'm talking like this? I'll just put my phone to the side and I'll have TikTok Live up. And it just gets banned. Yo, I woke up this morning to my Twitter telling me that some dumbass doctor followed me, haven't followed back. TikTok be tripping? Yeah. So I've been scared to go live. I'm trigger shy now. I'm scared. That's the one bad part. And the thing is, there's no human interactions. I only just started my TikTok. I mean, I love posting the videos on there. They thought your phone was a gun, probably. Because you black. Yeah. I was 5 times during Black History Month is crazy, huh? I'm kind of over it outside of just posting content. That's kind of how I feel. I'm scared. I don't know how to grow at all. Oh, Beck, I can teach you some ways. I've done good growing. I've been pretty good growing on TikTok overall. But I just don't. I'm scared to go live. My videos do fine. But streamer was literally showing some sort of real life complication, and I just said, haha, the black man behind this is stupid mad for dancing during this. Skratsx knows how to make one grow. Well, I do my best. That's crazy. That's weird. I was gonna be like, what streamer? So I can just go to their account and be like, hey, bitch, chill out. That's how I found you, through your TikTok? Yeah, TikTok is a pretty good way to grow. Over 400 followers in a month. There you go. Like, I've done pretty well. I think last month I got like 2K. I just followed you. Thank you.
Cream
Thank
cheese
you.
coochie on lock.
Yo, what's up, Justin? How are you? How are you, man? Yeah, like TikTok's a good way to do it. It's pretty much the only way if you want to grow your Twitch, to be honest, besides networking. I just put the view count on lowest to highest. Any idea how you can find what streamer it was?
Wow.
I don't know if I can. I don't think so, unless it says in the report. Yeah, there's my TikTok right there if you wanna follow me. I only started maybe 3 days ago actually posting things that aren't just taken from Instagram. Yo, good. How about yourself? I'm pretty good. You know, pretty good. Really grow anything mostly. Yeah, TikTok, like if you want to grow pretty much anything, TikTok is the way to go while it's still here. You know, take advantage while we still have it. Beck will still have it, but you know, take advantage, Americans, while we still have it. The energy you put out into the world will return to your dedication and community will show. Very true. That is true. That is true. Okay, whatever. If I get banned for this, people really need to chill out. I don't think you'll get banned for it. Did the email say something about it? Have you on while it's still here? Yeah, while it's still here, Americans, take advantage. Take advantage while you still have it. You know? While you still got it.
I am a banana.
I don't even record my streams. Do you have your VODs up? If you have your VODs up, it makes it easier. If you like enable your VODs to just go up, you should be fine. Even if I'm having a bad stream, I still try to make content out of it and entertain. Brand yourself, make that content, let your community feel your passion. Exactly. Like, a lot of people, I try to go about mine differently. So, like, some people post, like, gaming highlights and stuff like that, which is cool, right? That's cool. Me, I focus more on posting chat interactions because then that'll make people want to come through and talk more, I think. You know? And so that's how I've basically branded mine as like a community over gameplay. And then they can come through and be frustrated by me getting distracted by games, you know, and videos. I'd love to be able to set up so I can record a journal spread and post to TikTok. Then people can see them. You have to post them. You want people to see them on TikTok. It just makes it easier to get them all, you know? Email basically says a warning, keep chatting clean and respectful. Yeah, you're not getting banned. You're good. I do a little both. There's very rare times where I post a game highlight, but I also don't really play games where I'd get a highlight. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'll send you a back spread, all right? Is there more room for that or no? You know? And so I've kind of like, I feel like a lot of the time, like, I've kind of branded as a, not like a god tier gamer. I don't really want that, that branding. Because I'm not. But, you know. I kind of stole the way I do it. Kind of from a little from Tim, the Tapman, but a lot from like Bruce Drop 'em Off in Your Rage. What's up, putos? Yo, what's up, Strange? What's up? How are you? What up? Same? Yeah. Like Tim, Your Rage, and Bruce. And Dante. I can't leave out Dante. You know? Love Dante. What up? Howdy, partner. What's up, Billy? How are you? How are you? How's it going? I don't have an inspiration when it comes to streaming. That's understandable. I can understand that. Chilling. Good. Me, they're just people who made me want, not necessarily like inspired my style of streaming, just how I thought about branding, if that makes sense. You low-key give me JoJo vibes, just less aggressive. I watch a lot. Let me tell you something. JoJo too. JoJo the Mofo is my favorite streamer. He's my favorite streamer. Like, JoJo the Mofo, God, his streams are so good. Well, I have 85 whole TikTok followers, and one is my other account. Well, that means 84 other people love what you post, you know? Following you right now. Did I follow you on TikTok? I think so. Whoa. Reddit stories. Calm down. Yes, I do follow you. That guy is great. JoJo the Mofo is just. I do follow you on TikTok. Right? Yeah, I do. I heard you know how to teach fucking me. You're my favorite streamer? Yo. That warms my heart. It does. It warms my heart. And two ducks growing hard. There you go. Take advantage while we have it, Americans. While we have it. Swag Dad, what's good? I got thrown to still, but I'm on 1254. There you go. Look at you. Proud of you all. I'm proud of you all, legitimately. I'm proud of you all. Yeah. I think you're right. JoJo influenced me a lot. JoJo's just so funny. The thing that's really talented about JoJo the Mofo, and this may be me writing, it may be, but JoJo, the thing that I always found admirable about him is he can talk about nothing, right? Like someone can say something random, he can talk about nothing for like 3 hours. He's like a stand-up comedian who's on Twitch. He's just legitimately like my favorite streamer out there. You know? But not coming to America until next year. I got inspired to play Red Dead Redemption 2 again. Open my PS5. My 94% game save is corrupted. Now I got to start over. That's tough. Almost at 300 followers. You're going to get to 300 soon. Yes, sir. Exactly. It's just so great, man. Glitch, like, God, JoJo's so good. It's because of y'all. It's because you're great, to be honest. It's because of you. You attract genuine and good people. You know? You do. Like, so it's funny. I initially started 10 to 2. No, stop, I'm crying. I'm just being real. It's real. It's true. The first time I've caught wind of him was the Mario Party stream Berlizzi did with him. God, that was so great. One of my favorites, even though people got mad, was when he was playing Multiverses with RDC. Oh my God, that was great. I'll just wait till next stream I managed to do. I found book tier lists. Let's do it. Book tier lists. I love it. I love it. Like, so what I did was I saw Rage do tier lists. That's where I got the idea from. But he was doing it himself. And I was like, everyone's doing it themselves. Let's have chat do it. And that's kind of where that came from. Oh my God, that was amazing, wasn't it? It's so, and a lot of people were mad, but I was like, this guy, I love this guy. Love your idea. I just think it's better. Like, I give my opinions, but I just love I'll just be doing it myself though. I mean, that's a good way to do it too. Like, I just give my opinions and I like letting chat vote. Plus, it's funny. We just have a no rating after we do tier list rule now. Can't cope with people shitting on my books. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Wow.
Back doing anything is, yes. You're all legends. I love y'all for real. I love y'all. I really do. Like, I feel like I talk about chat more than anything now, to be honest with you. You're too sweet, and I love sausages. Sausages are good. People just hate when their favorite content creators are getting done like that. Yeah, they were mad. Because JoJo was just, oh, man. There's Bean Man. We love Bean Man. Thank you for the redemption. Thank you. Exclamation mark Bean. I can't wait for the emote to come through. God, I can't wait. We love Bean. We love Bean. I need to post that. I need to post the video about us making the emote. I need to post that. I'm gonna edit that tonight. Love Bean so much. It's just so good. We love Bean. Fuck yeah. Beans on toast. I've never had that. I'll be honest with you. I've never had it. They call me Bean Man too. Oh man. But for different reasons, you know. Yeah, it's Texas. You know, when you live in the South, I get it. I get it. I was gonna say, yeah. Olay, exactly. Yeah, I was picking up what you're putting down there. Oh man, no, Beck. It's like it's a Texas. I might stream today, but I don't know if I should do it. You 100% should do it. Do it. We're gonna tell Beck. No, I remember someone taught me what that meant last year. I just remembered. Sorry, yeah, you're good. It's a you live in the South. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't exist over here. That's good. You know, it's just that you live in the South in America. You know how it goes. You know. I was gonna look up the Cheech and Chong song. Which one did I meet? I believe I met Cheech. Yeah, it's an American thing. Yeah, I met Cheech years ago. But it's funny because I hadn't watched Cheech and Chong when I was a kid, so I knew him as the hyena from Lion King. Got to level 8 in Red Dead Online last night before I logged off. Got to get 15 gold to become a bounty hunter, though. I started it. Oh, Cursed. Can you DM me your Steam name so I can add you? You know? Can you? I love Red Dead. It's so fun. What, shooting kids in school? That is also American. Yeah. That's also very American. Skratsx said the same thing to me yesterday, and I streamed it. It was a big W. Yes, it was. Yesterday's stream was incredible. It was so fun. I forgot to check. Yes, please check. There's even a strange seed that's Korean. And I was standing there like, I don't know which one to add. There's 3 of you. Guns in general seem to be very American. Yeah, it's the most American thing. The most American thing. Let me boot up the PC. Okay. Almost 8 hours. W. There we go. There we go. Yep. I don't know how I'll cope if I come over there and everyone's just high carding around gun. They're not. They're not. So we killing this horse or what? Well, it's the best horse. I think it respawns. Scratch be the king. You, Meek. It's you. It's you, sir. You're the king. Only in some states. Yeah. How the hell are you? I am good. I'm pretty good. How are you? You know? Look how long it took you. It took 7 hours, Doc. It took me 7 hours to find that horse. Yesterday, I had Killmonger stream up, I had Alu stream up, I had Petty stream up, and I had Strangest stream up, right, on this monitor. And I was looking for my horse on this monitor. It was a lot. It was so much. Shoot it. It's gonna break for protection from someone. Oh, we got it. Your stream now confuses me. I'm not sure if I'm here for my favorite game or your beautiful face. Whoa, stop, Meek. You're gonna make me shy. Stop. Stop, Meek. Yo, also, if you don't, you gotta follow Meek. You got to.
You are more than welcome.
Follow Meek.
Pop in anytime. I'll be sure to be there, bro.
You know.
Come on.
You got to. Meek is awesome.
Deal. Drops Dad, if
Give
I
him a follow, would you?
You don't quit.
I'm just here for the face, not gonna lie.
And you put that in your next
stop,
stream
bro.
title. I'm here because of Meek stream. I am here still because of Meek stream.
See?
How about that?
I'm here for Meek. See? It even says in the clip. I'll be back. Have a good lurk, Justin. Hey, I don't know if you mind me asking what kind of specs your computer got. Don't hide it. What the fuck? I'm back. Let me look. I think I have like a notepad thing of it. Let me find it. I'll confiscate that hoodie. I swear to God. That clip is dead. I need to delete. No, it's a good clip. It's a good clip. Jokes apart, yesterday was a shit day for me, and the whole clusterfuck about finding the horse really made my day better. Best community on Twitch by far. Yo, I'm glad that we could help make your day. That was an interesting process. I forgot I made that command. You did. You can collect it at the end of the school day, young man. Yes, Beck. I'll get it after the school day. I'll get it. I'll keep the hood off my face. What was I looking for? Oh, PC specs. So I should actually add this to a panel, shouldn't I? I have an AMD Ryzen 7 5800X 8-core processor. You know what I'm saying? I'm a firm teacher. I can tell. I have a 3060, some light, you know, not the best, but it's really good. Type up a little something and I'll edit the command. Okay. I'll like put it so we have a command. And these are against the school dress code. They were in like, I hated that I couldn't wear my hood inside, but I could wear the actual hoodie. It's trousers, shirt, tie, and a blazer. Oh, that's like a fancy school. My school, we had uniforms until I left and went to a public school, but we had, or we can make it exclamation mark specs. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, Glitch. I'll type it up, and we'll have a command, and I'll actually work on panels. I need to do that. Not every school here is uniform. Oh, once I left my private school and went to a public school and didn't have to wear uniforms, it was great. Except they wouldn't let you wear all of one color. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I got you. Yeah, they got bougie uniforms overseas. Yeah, that's way like, I associate those with like the rich private schools over here. You want to see a pic of 6-year-old Beck in her uniform? Yes. DM me. I'm waiting. Yes, right now. Yeah, like, stop everything else. I'm waiting. Like, I'm waiting. I am waiting right now. Stop playing, please. Thank you. You keep playing. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Yeah, one day I'll work on panels. I feel like once I get panels, the graphic designers will leave me alone too. So I need to actually do that. I'm just gonna literally handwrite like about and put in a panel and stuff like that. You know, I'll get to it. What did I say I was doing off? There's something I said I was going to do off stream, but I'm going to wait because I just remembered Dr. Stone comes out today. So I have to watch it. IG? Why did I type IG? Instagram. Got you. Let me log in. I have to reset my password, all right. Oh, it worked. Let me authenticate. Hold on. Passwords. Instagram. Let me see. Where is it? Take it off. Low quality as fuck because old. In the group in the back left. Okay, hold on. Yeah, your uniforms are fancy as fuck. Hold on. You mind if I show it on stream back or no? Because I won't. They took the new season of Bleach and Tokyo Revengers, so they're not on Crunchyroll. That's the poorest school in the country. These are like, of course. Okay, I can. Cool. Okay. I didn't want to just like, air you out. Let me, since I don't have my authentication app. They took it off Crunchyroll. That's lame. I don't like that. Add, sending, got them. Okay. And this one. Do this. Oh. And the other one. This. Let's zoom in. We got that one. I love our old camera quality, huh? Last seasons are there, but the new seasons aren't airing on Crunchyroll. Only on Disney Plus and Hulu. Yeah, that's why I stopped using Crunchyroll and found other sites. Good morning, America. Good morning, Alu. How are you? So here's Beck in high school. Look at how fancy the uniforms are. There's Beck right here. There's Beck. You know, there she is. Here's Beck right here. Fancy uniforms. Absolutely fancy. The queen. Here, I'll put it like this. The queen, Beck. And do this. There we go. Jesus Christ. There she is. There is Beck. There she is. These uniforms are so fancy, though. They're so fancy. 2007. They're so fancy. You know? Hell yeah. Let me see. I don't think I have one of mine. Yeah, the government had to help us buy them. At my school, we had to wear a specific brand. Life is so different. It really was. 07 was a different time. I don't even think I have, like, I have school photos. I still had a PS2. Same. Good times, man. Let's see. I don't think I have a school uniform picture of me. I wasn't really taking pictures back then. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. I think I do, actually. Hold on. I have to, like, zoom way in. Yeah, you can, like, barely see me. But here's me in my uniform right there. In the white polo, you know. One of, like, 3 black kids in the school. You know how it goes. Oh, you look the same? Yeah. I didn't really change much, you know. I didn't really change much. Yeah, that was me. Fresh out the glasses stage, thank God. Fresh out the glasses and fresh out the asthmatic stage. And that's like the only one I have. It's the only photo I have, I think. And that was like 2003, I think. How old was I here? 4th or 5th grade? I'm sick right now. I'm using my inhalers like crazy. Man was fresh out, you know. And that was the stage, Alu, and you probably relate to this, where you wanted to grow your hair out, but your mom wouldn't let you. You just kept getting a 1 all the way. You know, a 1 all the way. Even I had that phase. You just want to, and your mom would not. She wouldn't let you. We don't talk about that. No, you will have a bob. Yep. We remember that phase. You're like, Mom, please. Nope. Take that 1 and just yeet all the way. My mom was having me get bald fades. Time was traumatic. Till finally she's like, I think you're old enough to decide your hairstyle now. Thank God. My mom saved my school social life one day. How? What'd she do? I didn't really have one. My mom taught at my school, so give him a 1. Exactly. She was like, hey, I know you want to grow your hair out. I have a better idea. Yeah. Like, Mom, please. Damn. Like, I can't do anything with this hairstyle. Please.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
Yo, Legate, I got the horse. It took 7 total hours, but I got it. I got that motherfucker. My dad would always cut my hair as a kid and would just shave my head, but it had been a few years since he did it last, so he tried to give me a bowl cut. Ooh, you did last night? Yep. I remember my pops made me have a bald head all the way to high school because me having a mohawk made me act bad. Yep. I look like a fucking monk. Bowl cuts had kids in a chokehold. Was it part of the main mission? No. It was a side thing. But we were trying to get it as a side quest yesterday, and we took 3 hours on stream, couldn't find it. It took me 4 hours off stream to find it. Them bowl cuts. I remember kids getting bowl cuts back then, man. My mom said, you're not going to school tomorrow, and we're getting that fixed before you go to school. Yeah. W, Mom. That's a W, Mom. Then when high school hit, I got a flat top, mohawk, Odell haircut, and now dreads. I've been thinking about dreads for real. I've been thinking about it. I was wondering because I'm like, ain't no way. Yeah, no, not a main quest. Yesterday, I don't think we did a main quest. Oh, we hunted the bear, but that's it. Join the fold. I'm thinking about it, man. Thinking about it. Glitch's dreads are cool too. You got dreads by accident? Where's your freeform? I wish I had to pick up my reverse mohawk from high school. Right, reverse, as in the middle was short and this was long. Right? It's static shocks. I'm like, man, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it, man. I've been thinking about it. I'm not sure though, because my hair's decently long, right? But I know the shrinkage is gonna be crazy. It's gonna I'm gonna have worms. You know, that's what I'm worried about. Like Alu and Glitch got them nice dreads. Their dreads are nice as hell, but I know mine are gonna be like worms, bro, for a little bit. And I don't know if I want to go through that. My hair was long as fuck, Brody. Yeah, like Alu's dreads are nice, and so are Glitch. Superhero static shock, like that'd be so cool. Guess why I had the Odell cut? I would twist my hair and then untwist it, but I got lazy and left them in. Yeah, them freeforms. Yeah, you got to go through that process. That's the process I'm scared of. You know, like Glitch and Alu, they got some good ones. Like if I want to dreads, I'd be like those dreads right there. They're fire. I just don't know if I'm patient enough. I thought about maybe like doing a test with some finger coils and seeing it, but I just haven't yet. I got middle-aged white guy hair. It's good hair though. Solid hair. Skratsx, can I see your TikTok real quick? Yep. I got my Twitter open. I'm looking at it right now. So I'll see your DM. Finger coil speed run? Yeah. Like I can do all that, but it'll take a little bit. It's not too bad. But knowing me, I'll keep them in too long and I'll be stuck if I don't want it. I got that long Mexican warrior hair. Like long hair is the way to go, I think. Like I've had these braids in for what? 3 weeks now? I'm surprised they still aren't frizzy. I've been like really trying. My girl's a loctician. You can do it, bro. Ooh. I think that's what I'd do. I'd have to go to a loctician. I couldn't just like let my shit, because I know I'd mess it up. I'd have to go to someone who like does it. Man, like I'm thinking about it. I keep waffling back and forth. That's the reason why I haven't committed. Because I'm like, what if I don't know. You know? We'll still seeing. But I also know like they grow pretty quick if you take care of them. Because like you have like no breakage or anything. I practically was freeforming in high school. The other reason why I'm scared too is, let me see. Because I don't want to end up like, no shade, right? No shade. Cam's cool, but I don't want mine like this. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it like this. I'm also a lotion-tician. Oh. I don't want them like this. You know what I'm saying? Hell no. Right? I don't want my shit to end up like Cam's or this motherfucker, bro. I don't want them to end up like this. No shade. No shade, bro. No shade. But I just can't. Dreads cost a lot to keep them up to date, though. Yeah. Those are wicks. Yeah, I don't want the wicks. You know? But they started as locks. They started out as locks. No, let's be real. Them shits is crazy. Yeah, the only reason he can wear that shit like that is because he's rich, bro. And these cats are rich. Exactly. J. Cole got the best ones. I like J. Cole's. That's the style in Florida. I don't like it. Yeah. J. Cole's are fire. Like, his freeforms, I fuck with those. Just go straight saying. Do I? Do I do it? Like, J. Cole's are nice. Those are the good freeforms. But I'm scared of freeform. I'd have to go to a loctician. Because J. Cole does some maintenance. Yeah. I'd have to go to a loctician for mine. You know? Like Kai has good ones too. And Future. They got good ones. You know? It's tempting. It really is tempting. I do like that the narrative's changed on them. Back when I was a kid, when I first said they were cool, everyone was like, no, those are dirty. So I'm happy where we are with them. Jay-Z just rubs base coochie juice in his hair and he's good to go. I do the same thing. Don't be scared. Just get it done. And if you don't like it, cut it all off. That's the thing. I worked hard on this. You know, my hair's pretty long. Like, the braids hang down here, you know. I worked hard. I went through some bad haircuts. Welcome in, Grills. How are you today? How's it going? Hello, Grill. What's up? What's up? I'm on crack. All right. He's coming in high today. Hot, I meant. I don't know why I said high. I meant, yeah, the usual. Yeah. Yeah, the usual. You know, I meant coming in hot, not high today. You're not wrong. Yeah. It was either way. I had locks a while back and cut them shits because of work at a place where I need to tell people their money's making money. I get you. You can let it grow out some and then cut it. You have a little fro instead of a bald head. That's true. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. Right now, I'm braid gang right now. My hair's gonna be in braids a lot more during the summer because it gets fucking hot, and I don't want my head being like the hair just constantly on my head. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We'll see. They're gonna catch up to you in Red Dead 2 faster. Yeah. Have a good lurk, Saul. Hopefully you find the horse faster than me. Understandable? Yeah, especially like it gets hot. And my hair just being in my face all the time gets to be a lot. Play Red Dead and murder people. Yeah, Grills is coming through. Coming through hot today, huh? He's just really coming through hot. He's coming through hot. You know? Grills on timing. Yeah, he is. He is. Oh, I don't know what my authenticator code is for my Instagram on. That's a bad thing. I need to figure that out. I can close Twitch. We're good there. I had to stream side by side and I'm on the second last mission before free roam. Let's see. Yeah, you're gonna where's my app? For Instagram, it's on my phone. But so I switched things over. What did you do? I'm logged in on my phone, but it's locked on my computer. And I don't know the authentication code because I switched them. And for some reason, it's still by my old username. So I have to fix all that. Funny, right? And random? You are definitely random. 100% gross. You are random. Or did you see who's in Fortnite? No, who's in Fortnite? No, keep it on your phone. That way I got access to your pocket. Oh, I'm not deleting it off of my phone. Don't you worry, Beck. Why am I so creepy? I didn't take that creepy. Go look. All right, let me open Fortnite and look. Are they in or it just got announced? Levi and me cop. Hold on. How much? Yo. Add me while you're there. Yeah, I'm opening it right now. Let me close this out real quick. Hold on. I'll open Red Dead again in a second. Let me just look at Fortnite. I got to. I have too many games on my desktop. Let's start with app. There it is. Strange, did my Steam request go through or no? I have to cop on Victim? Same. I have to. I barely even played a game. And I gotta get the skins. So when I come back eventually, you know, you're playing dead Fortnite? I can't wait for them to die again. Damn. I don't know who they are. Levi is just so cool. I'm hunting all of them. They're so cool. You know? They're so cool. Fortnite is the least dead game right now. Exactly. It's pretty much it's thriving. Beck, while I'm on here, can you DM me your Epic name? Item shop. Let me see it. Where we at? Fortnite crew. Nope, that's the agents. That's the bunny bundle. Pastel. Oh, just Beck. Okay, got you. I wasn't sure if it was different. Someone playing Fortnite? I heard that, yo, Glitch, can you DM me your username too? I think it's a trailer. I'll have to look. While I'm in here, I'm just adding. I'm adding. Oh, it's a trailer. Okay. I'll look. Added. There you go. I sent you a request. Are you good at Fortnite? Mine's Apocalypse. Let me do that. Thank you. Sure, where do you want to send it? Discord. I added you. Definitely not good at Fortnite. I used to be good at Fortnite. I used to be in like all the tournaments and stuff. But I haven't really played in forever. To be honest. So now I'm very much not good. I used to be though. I've had stream open, but I'm actually watching now. What's going on? I heard that Levi and Mikasa are in Fortnite, so I opened it, but apparently it's a trailer. So I'm gonna watch the trailer. But while I was in Fortnite, I'm adding people in. I'm not playing it though. I'm gonna play Red Dead. I promise. I also wanted to check out a video. Who posted in memes? Oh, I saw this. I saw that. I played it to hurt people and tell them to shut up. Oh, you were on mic. Are you really? Yeah. Alu, what's yours? You're such a hot big booty. That's what I love. I'm adding people. Love watching while I play. I do that. I'm not gonna lie. My skin's basic right now, though. This is my. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. This is mine right now. Let me see. I know it's something different. Yeah, mine's pretty random. Mine's pretty like normal. You know, nothing special. I have a ton of skins though, obviously, because I've been playing for a while. I came in right after Renegade Raider though, unfortunately. I'll join your party so you can see it. Okay. My favorite skin though is Forever. I think it's just Aluvance. Okay, gotcha. Oh, let me go to my home screen. Damn. I haven't seen that skin. That skin just come out? Yeah, Beck skin. Beck skin's goated. Goated. Love that skin. Need to get some fits. She's hot, I'm sorry. No, she is. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Let me see. Let me add you. How are you, Dagger? Hitbox thick? Yeah. Chicana? You'd be a legend if you had Renegade. The thick one before Fortnite can all get it. I'm saying. I added you. I don't know if you see it. I'm good. Eating lunch currently. There you go. I hope it's a good lunch. I added you.
Johnson,
yo,
274
Snow,
gifted
thanks for the gifted the grills.
A subscription. Jon Snow 274 gifted.
I'll play Fortnite. I'm not playing Fortnite. I'm just waiting for Glitch so I can add Glitch to Glitch, and then I'm getting off.
Gift sub in the channel.
Thank you for the gifted Snow. Thank you, my good sir. Grills, enjoy your sub. Enjoy your sub. Don't go spamming weird shit with my emotes in other chats, though. We already have one streamer who I'm pretty sure does not like me after that raid we did. You know, after the raid, after the cereal tier list. You know, Daddy Snow with the gifted. I'm saying, I have a lot of skins. Who? I forgot her name actually. Tell me why, because I don't even know what it is. Okay, you're fine. Just DM it to me and I'll add you off stream. What did y'all torment? So we did the cereal tier list, right? And everyone was pretty, you know how tier lists go. Everyone was kind of heated. Wheaties got S tier. You know how it goes. And then Smacked was like, "Yo, you should rate this girl. She's awesome, right?" And so I forgot what her name is though. And I rated her, but everyone was still mad about the cereal tier list So that tier list talk took over her chat. And then they were asking her about her cereal takes, and she just wasn't having it. She was not having it.
You what?
You know? And so Snow remembers. Snow remembers. I don't know if Snow can pull off Daddy, to be honest. I need someone who can. Oh no, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. And they were like, yo, what do you think about Wheaties? And she's like, oh, I think Wheaties are okay. They were like, Skratsx, who did you trust us with? Who is this? And she was not having it, bro. Damn, cereal divided a whole nation. It did. It did. It did. You know, it divided. I'm too broke to sub right now. Hopefully Mr. Beast comes through with the gifts for everyone's sub. Yo, I got you. I got you, so it's Smack's fault? It is Smack's fault. It is Smack's fault. 100%. You know? It is. There you go.
Skratsx gifted Saul
There you go.
underscore 69.
I'm pumping Wheaties in the S tier. You are.
Skratsx gifted a tier 1 sub to Saul underscore
You are.
69,420.
It was too funny. There you go.
Skratsx gifted Apocalypse
Now we're good.
420 as
We're good.
subscription. Skratsx gifted a tier 1 sub to
We're good.
Apocalypse 420.
It's Smack's fault though. I forgot what her name is, but she was not fucking with it. She's not fucking with it. No. But I never realized streamers can give subs. Yeah, you can. I was resubbing tomorrow. Oh, my bad. My bad, Apocalypse. My bad. Whoop. My fault. My fault. My fault. My fault. Yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. My fault. I didn't want you having ads, you know? I didn't want you having ads. We found out today if Addie gets her promotion. Oh, she got that shit. She fucking got it. She got it. I'm gonna spin back in another stream. Yes. I'll remember next time. She offered me the card again, but now I'm freezing up. Snow, take the card. Take the card. As soon as I see you unsubbed. She got it. She got that shit. So does it cost you, or you can just give it? Oh, it's only $5. It's just like me gifting a sub to another channel. You know? Thank you anyway. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's only $5. Like, we're good. You know? Cost same as normal? Yeah. No problemo. But if you have Twitch Prime, you know, any primers out there? I feel bad she just paid for my wisdom teeth. Well, I mean, it's your mom, bruh. Just take the card and just don't go crazy. Just take the debit card and don't go crazy, bruh. They should give affiliate discounts. I would love that. But you know, Twitch is trying to get all the money they can, you know. They're trying to get all the cash they can. That's why it's 50-50. It's funny that people complain about 50-50, but I've never, you know, I never had 70-30, so I don't care that much. You know. Plus, I know the real money's on YouTube. I've got a YouTube check before, and it paid for my college books. So I know how YouTube treats you. I don't use Twitch to make money, so for me it's different. Yeah, I don't really care. I've said that. Like, I don't stream to make money. Right? Not right now, anyway. You know, like if it became a full-time thing, that'd be cool. But that YouTube money is nice. I just like the community, to be honest with you. I don't like Kick. It's too much gambling, and Aiden Ross sucks. Yeah, I don't base my opinion on Kick based on Aiden, because if I based it on Aiden, I'd just get off anything Aiden was on, you know? Even if it was full-time, I'd still push YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's where the money's at. I have no idea what I'd even put on YouTube. Honestly, Beck, as a someone who talks books, I think you could do pretty well. You've seen how passionate book talk is. People love books. You could actually do a lot. I genuinely like building a community and talking to everyone. It's cool to me. Exactly. You're gonna be successful with that. I genuinely just like, you hear a lot of people say that the reasons they started streaming is because they were lonely and stuff. I'm not saying I was lonely, right? I wasn't lonely, but I wasn't necessarily talking with people every day. You know what I mean? Like, there would be like 3-4 days where I did not say a single word, right? Because the only time I was really talking was like photo shoots and stuff like that. And so I just kind of wanted to talk, but I'm also not cute. Got to be cute for YouTube. Beck, what are you talking about? You are? That's number one. Two, I'm not going to pull up a YouTube. I almost pulled up somebody, but I'm not going to do that. That would be mean. But I'm telling you, you could make waves on YouTube. I'm telling you. You could. You could. You know? It's true, you could. 100%. Yeah. I genuinely love the community aspect of Twitch. YouTube has content for everything. They do. Did you see, speaking of YouTube, did you see that prankster who got shot in the mall for doing pranks? Did you hear about that? Men's mental health is really ignored, so it's all good. I personally never shy to share my feelings. I'm very much a nigga. What? Did you not? You didn't hear about it? Let me find the video and I'll show you. I'm not going to show you the prank video. I'll show you the news story. I'm always been like a closed. No, I mean, I have a therapist now, you know, because mental health is important. But I've always been like a. But I didn't realize how I hate those prank videos. Same. I've never been one who thought that how beneficial just talking can be, and it's really helped, to be honest. Maybe like when you're not streaming, someone can DM me and we can talk about YouTube. I love you all. Yes, I will talk about YouTube and stuff like that all day. I stuck with Twitch because the community I've built is unmatched, and I love being a place for people to come hang and chat. Yeah, I actually legitimately love it. It's like I was saying yesterday. Like, I legitimately feel like we're, you know, friends and a big family. And as me and Killmonger were joking, it's like we're like all neighbors, you know? You know what I'm saying? It's like we're all neighbors. I was holding back from trying to be too friendly, but now you said that, I'm making moves, baby. Yeah, make your moves. I'm receptive. Make your moves. Snow. You know what? You know what's funny, Snow? That you did that? I found the video, by the way. Right here. You just call me your knitter? Yes, sir. Neighbors, you say? Exactly. I find it funny that we're having a super serious. This is why I love Grills, right? We're having a super serious convo, and then Grills will say something super random. And if you don't like, what I think is funny, one of the jokes in my TikTok that people don't pick up is the random stuff that happens in the chat right there alongside when I'm talking or doing something, or when we're talking about something else. And so Grills kind of really adds to that, you know? It's really funny. Here it is. Here's that. Let me pause the other video. So this is what I was talking about. Let me turn it up. You're going to see me standing in your front yard checking the weather for a good minute. Hey, check away. And if you like looking at storms, you can see the storms too. Guys, we elected you as our leader? Me? Here's what I was talking about. Oh, tab's muted. Hold on. I keep forgetting I do that. You can DM me too, but you want to make it clear you have many options. Here's what I was talking about.
Tonight, you'll hear from the 21-year-old YouTuber shot at Dulles Town Center in Virginia. Tonight, you'll hear from the 21-year-old YouTuber shot at Dulles Town Center in Virginia.
Our Matthew Torres spoke exclusively with Tanner Cook a few hours ago.
So this is the YouTuber who did a prank video in the mall and got shot.
Known for his YouTube prank videos, and evidently he picked a wrong target yesterday.
Yeah, 31-year-old Alan Coley is accused of shooting Cook after a fight.
Definition of exactly.
Tells our Matthew Torres
he fucked around and found out. Look at his stupid face. What is that stupid expression? Like, you could tell he's gonna still do it. He's still gonna do it.
His passion.
I'm fine.
Giving WSA 9 an update from his hospital.
Like, you could tell. Is it bad that this reminds me of when the baby shot someone at Walmart? Actually, it's kind of like that. You know? And this guy's face, like his expression, looks like he's gonna do this shit again, right? I'd have been like, so no sub.
Bed in the ICU with his mother right by his side. This 21
That's the face of learn nothing. Exactly.
Being critically shot in the stomach inside
the baby is the most stupid name
Dallas Town Center food court Sunday.
Just keep God first.
Cook is a content creator for his YouTube page, Classified Goons, racking up more than 38,000 subscribers.
He's not with you? I'm not gonna lie. Like, I understand you need content, but fucking with people in public, I hate those videos. Am I the only one? I hate these fucking with people in public videos. I hate it.
No, he's not with me. You can't be in here recording.
He says he was recording a video playing jokes with the mannequin.
No, I hate them too. I be telling people, y'all can't be trying to prank people in public. That's what I'm saying. What kind of prank did he do? I'm not sure yet. Yeah, they trash. I hate all of them. I would have taken the bullet and stood there like, it's time. I'm bulletproof. Just gonna start singing the song. Like, I hate them. I hate those man on the street videos, and I hate the pranking videos.
Of pulling the trigger.
They're so cringe. They are. Like, leave people alone.
Deputies arrested Coley, who is now facing felony charges, including aggravated malicious wounding.
I was just playing a prank, a simple practical joke.
These are the big ones, the ones like Jackass and the crew, man, who play pranks together. Yeah, I hate. I don't know. Like,
know each other before the incident.
If they're playing pranks on each other, that's different, right? But on random people, leave them alone. The giving homeless people money makes me cringe too. Yeah. I'm cool if you're playing pranks on each other, right? Like Jackass and stuff like that, right? That's fine. As long as you're playing pranks on each other and you consent to it. But these random people out here don't necessarily consent to being in your video at first. You know what I'm saying? I'm scared of getting caught at the mall with a girl and they do check each other's phone prank. Those are crazy. Like, I get it. I do get it, but I don't like recording. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, give the homeless man the money without exploiting him. Hide your receipts better, exactly.
Causing panic among mall goers.
Obviously, we're all having a pretty rough time with it, but we believe that he's going to.
Me and my best friend have the craziest conversation in public when we're in the city and people be cracking the fuck up. That's different too.
Will bounce back because of their faith in God.
Fear running in and out, but we live on faith and not fears.
And even after being shot, Cook said,
so they're gonna say what he did?
Making videos because it's his passion.
Yeah, so he's gonna keep doing it. Is what he said. What did he do though?
Now giving this simple statement to the community.
Just stay safe out there.
Fuck up, dude. Sorry. Like, bruh, I gotta find out what he did. What was the prank? YouTube pranker shot at the mall. What did he do? As a society, we now have to question everything. Yeah. What was the prank? Fuck. Paywall. Hold on. So much fake shit out there. Yeah, I just assume everything is fake. The last thing I fell for, do you remember that Steph Curry thing where they said he made like 10 in a row from full court? I legitimately believed it. Whoa, girls, chill. Chill out, girls. Chill, bro. Chill out. Yo, it doesn't work on the Washington Post. They're like, chill out, bro. I bloody love the Currys. I do. But there was a video of him. I'm sorry. You're okay. Just chill a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Chill. There was a video of him making like 10 straight shots from full court. And I believed it because it's Steph. But it was fake. What did he do? So the YouTubers were trying to have fun and the shooting was innocent. I don't know what he did. I have no idea what he did. Unfortunately. Classified Goons. Do I want to check out his channel? I don't think I do. You know what else is fake? What? Yeah, I'm late because I'm gaming, but public pranks just suck. But I'm not big on pranks in general. So yeah, I feel these nuts. Damn. Damn it. Damn it. In your face. Yeah, you got me. You got me. I expect that from Curse Strange, but not from you. Not from you. Yeah, I don't know what he did. Apparently he was filming it in the food court though. So he probably like fucked around with someone's food. Where are you in Red Dead? Where I left off yesterday? You see that DK Metcalf jump he did just people keep questioning about it if it's real. Yeah, like I just don't trust anything. I don't trust it. It's like, do you remember that commercial with Kobe where he jumped over the car? As a kid, I thought that was real. I was like, damn. Facial expression like this man is just was the best. I expected from Curse. I got the white horse. I got it, girls. I got it yesterday off stream. And I'm just back in camp. My mom just said I was touching 100. I was about to say I wish I was 100 so you could be touching me, but she hate when I do that. Yes. Yeah. So that car jump had me shocked. Yeah, and then I found out later it was fake. And I was like, damn. Damn. No, I cannot. It's like when Bow Wow jumped and made that shot because he's wearing the shoes. I mean, I knew that was fake. I knew Bow Wow couldn't do that shit. No one was convincing me that little Bow Wow was dunking and shit. Basketball isn't even real. True. It's all fake. That game that happened last night, that was staged. It was rigged for the content. I didn't know that was fake. I just assumed that Bow Wow couldn't, that Bow Wow could not do that. I'd love to have a face-to-face conversation with you. I don't know how to take you. I was like 9, so give me a break. True. You need to slide in disc with me soon, please. Me or Snow? Me or Snow? I don't know what he did. I feel like, look at the dude he pranked, right? This is the dude that he pranked. I feel like you can look at someone and know who to prank and who not to. And he doesn't look like a dude who'd be cool with pranks, huh? Bro, I thought Kawhi wasn't playing last night. Yeah, everyone plays against the Lakers. Both? Got you. I thought that commercial was real until now. The car looked little as fuck. I thought Kawhi wasn't playing either. And all of a sudden, this motherfucker's in warm-up. And I was like, here we go. Here we go, bruh. And then LeBron scored 3 points in the first half because he barely shot. It was not fun. You want your own mother, apparently so. This ain't a motherfucker to play with. He's not like, damn. I knew he was going to play. Everyone always, when they get the Lakers, all of a sudden everyone gets healthy. How many games is left? Let me see. Schedule. I don't think we have very many games left. We have. Is this it, actually? Let me scroll down to the bottom. 2 games left. We got 2 games left. We got Phoenix and we got Utah. Last 2. I sit in disc every evening, all evening, and at the weekends most of the days because my friends are online. Yeah, boys, let's have tea. I'm drinking tea right now. Y'all might have a chance to get 6 seed. Let me look at this. Let me go back. Standings. I mean, together. Yes. Yeah, we'll have tea together. We will. So we're the 7 right now. Something needs to happen. Who the Warriors play? So the Clippers have the 5 seed right now. What on earth does that mean? Who knows? Grills, chill out, bruh. Chill out a little bit. We haven't even started yet. Watch some porn. So they have Sacramento and Portland. So they can lose, right? But we're probably losing to Phoenix. I think, unfortunately. That's how I felt last night. You see that face? That was me watching that damn game. So we have Phoenix and Utah. You know what I have to do? I didn't want to have to do it, Glitch. Who the Warriors and Clippers ain't losing. I mean, the Kings. Noah's the best motherfucker since I don't think you've ever seen Meth Bucko. Yeah, Grills just says stuff. Grills just kind of spits out sentences. You know what I'm gonna have to do, Glitch? You know what time it is? I have to, man. I'm sorry, Killmonger, but I got to pray on your team's downfall and the Suns. Sorry, I mean you're good. Just to duel, yeah. Don't you fucking dare! I think I'm gonna have to when I say my prayers at night. I'm gonna have to put these hands together and pray on their downfall. You know, I just can't. I can't be in the play-in game. I can't. We need to get out of the play-in. That's literally it. You actually say prayers at night? Sometimes. I'm not super consistent. You know. Sometimes. I'm not a consistent, yeah, we can't be friends. I be sinning all day. Same, you know. I always say, God knows my heart. You know, I'm a sinner. What did Kendrick say? I am a sinner who's probably gonna sin again. You know how it is. But y'all still have a chance with the plan. I just want to avoid it. I just need to avoid it. You know what I'm saying? You know, I just need to, I need to avoid it. So we have to pray on the downfall of the Suns and the Warriors. All I need, I'll show you exactly what I need to happen again. Let's pull up the clip. I work in a Catholic school. I'm not Catholic school style, you know. Bitch, don't kill my vibe. You know what it is. So I also say a lot of prayers. This is what I need to happen.
Kevin Durant, after injuring...
Stop talking, please. Thank you. We just need this, Glitch. This is all I need. You know, just that. That's just what I need. This is all I hope happens. If the Lakers are good, they'll win the first play-in and they're good. What the fuck are we talking about? So the Lakers, because if they shenan once, they'll shenan again. You and KD, you know, I need to just I need this. I just need a little slip. Also have to teach them never to have sex before marriage and not to use contraception. Yeah, that's wild. We're talking about praying on the Lakers' downfall? No, not the Lakers. On the Suns. You see this logo right here? We just need this. Just real quick. Wild. Yeah, it is. That's wild. Just that, you know? Nothing super serious, Glitch. Just a little tweak. Just a little tweak. You know? That's it. Nothing much. That fucking Slippy had me dying. Same. Hope you have a nice boy to have sex with. Yes. Yes. You know, just something light. I'm hearing a religious argument in basketball or something. We're not having a religious argument. I'm just saying, Google Philly, I think, biggest semi-legal drug trade in America. Who is this? I'll Google it. I will Google it. Kenzo? Opioids mixed with animal tranquilizers. What? What is this city? Bro, don't want to see CP3 win a ring? Yeah, I don't. Hope you stay in incognito mode. I straight up just Googled that on my regular one. Coming in the middle of the stream is always so confusing. Yeah. But what's important, though, is I got the horse, Legate. I fucking got it. And so we're back at camp. I didn't do anything else. I just got the horse. And I love shouldering my way in here. I love it. I do. Come early and often. Exactly. Was it hard? Yeah, it took 7 hours. I put in almost a full work day trying to find that horse. But we did it. A whole section of our city, cops don't bother drug dealers or addicts. I can see that. Hi, what did I miss? Because everything from now will be better because I'm here now. That's what we love. That's the energy I love. You know, I love that energy. I really do. I do. Is there anything else? No, we're good. So we looked at the prank. The other video I thought about watching was child celebrities who have terrible lives now. We can watch that tomorrow. We don't have to watch it today. I did see Amanda Bynes in the thumbnail, though. And Amanda Bynes, she did go crazy. As of recently. You know? Light theme. Thank you. Why did you add? She was so cute, too. She was. And then, you know, she went, actually, I want to watch it. I just thought about it. We got to watch it. Child celebrities who have terrible lives now. Hold on, I forgot I muted the tab. I always mute the tab, so I don't want it autoplaying. Okay, now, when did you stop saying you need drugs because you're gay? What? I'm telling you, I feel like he's on a random name generator. Hello? Man, they really started with Amanda Bynes here, huh? They started with Amanda Bynes.
This video will cover 6 child stars who had a terrible life after fame, and we're going to begin by talking about Jake Lloyd, who played Anakin Skywalker in Star Wars The Phantom Menace. Jake was chosen to play Anakin from 3,000 potential candidates and would perform so.
Do you think it's partial? Oh, let me move my camera to here. I feel bad for the Anakin kid. He deserves whatever he got. I don't remember what happened to him. But I just remember a lot of people shit on this movie.
Movie that he won the best performance in a feature film.
Now this is pod racing ass.
While this might have implied that Jake had a promising film career ahead of him, he'd appear in only one more movie after Star Wars before announcing his acting retirement at the age of 12, explaining that he was bullied heavily as a result of the role. My entire school life.
I think he was. Because people hated this movie. What are we watching? We are watching child celebrities who have terrible lives now. And we're starting with the Anakin kid. You know?
Life was really a living hell, and I had to do up to 60 interviews a day. Other children were really mean to me. They would make the sound of the lightsaber every time they saw me with this kind of.
Is that considered bullying? Is that considered bullying? Kids making the lightsaber sound to you? I love when the title matches the scene. We are doing missions today, eventually. Is that bullying, though? Like, if a kid walked, like if you were in Star Wars and kids were like, vroom, 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 is that bullying? Sure. Like, I don't think that's bullying, right? That's just kids being like, yo, I saw the movie.
Was really a living hell, and
you're doing missions like kids doing lightsaber sounds is bullying. True. You're right.
I had to do up to 60 interviews a day. Other children were really mean to me. They would make the sound of the lightsaber every.
Like that doesn't seem. Peep the DMs. Okay. Like that doesn't seem mean. I love when the curtains don't match the drapes. Me too. It's always super festive. Thank you. I'll add you as soon as I get on Steam. Got it. I got yours too, Glitched. I'll add them both as soon as I get on. I don't have one of those. I just feel like, I don't know if that's mean.
Every time they saw me.
Or him making all that money at an early age. And kids are just making lightsaber noises at you, you know? Like that doesn't seem that bad. Making lightsaber sounds behind his back.
Into Jake's high school and college experience.
You know how they can be in high school. They're so charming and intelligent. College has been similar. They wouldn't let it go.
In other interviews, Jake had been warned about the common path taken by child celebrities.
Child stars have had a bit of a reputation that they turn to, a life of drugs, so may the force be with you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yet this advice seemed to.
He probably was pissed off that he said, may the force be with you, huh?
Have no impact.
Okay, he seems like a dick. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. Kids were so mean, they made lightsaber noises.
His life began to go downhill beginning in 2015. Jake Lloyd has schizophrenia, stopped taking his medication, and attacked his mother.
Holy shit. That took a turn. Oh, my bad. Them lightsaber noises brought him to drugs, apparently.
Indianapolis police were called to the home of Lloyd's mother, Lisa.
Jesus.
She said the 26-year-old...
Lisa... Have you noticed that he keeps dragging those letters out?
At her saying she ruined his life. Lloyd
this was his villain arc? Yeah, he started acting like his character. The Force is a gateway.
Down when she wouldn't let him in the house and stomped her 3 or 4 times, causing bruises.
Jesus Christ.
He was gone by the time the police showed up and she didn't press charges.
That's a nice mom. Too nice.
Only 3 months later, Jake Lloyd found himself in a high-speed...
You were supposed to be the chosen one! Exactly. He took the role too seriously. This is why method acting is an issue.
Police chase, after which he'd be arrested for reckless driving, driving without a license, and resisting arrest, resulting in 10 months jail time in a psychiatric...
10 months? Now this is pod racing. 10 months?
facility. 2 years after this, Jake's 26-year-old sister Madison died unexpectedly in her sleep, prompting her mother to release a statement regarding Jake's well-being. Jake has been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, but unfortunately he also has a symptom called anosognosia, which causes a lack of insight into his illness. This only adds to the struggle he faces, which has been very difficult after the tragic loss of his younger sister Madison.
You know what this sounds like?
To his family, and we are all working hard to help.
Hey, even Hayden Christensen had to take a step back. He only recently came back to Obi-Wan. True.
Him with this. He is still a kind and caring person, and we hope to have him back to his.
Sounds like he's had an illness that he was born with, and not gained through those BS bullying. Yeah, and I don't think that was bullying. I think you're right. He was just born with it. Damn, the poor man is ill. That's nothing to do with his career. Yeah.
Fun and entertaining self as soon as possible. Jake will continue to.
Yeah, like this wasn't bullying.
Progress with the love. And
it was something he was born with,
show, which is promising when compared to the life of Edward Furlong. After playing John Connor in The Terminator 2, Furlong began to mess with drugs, stating, "Hollywood effed me up, man. Lots of money and lots of free coke will turn anybody into a cokehead." With this addiction resulting in his first arrest for driving under the influence without a license. Furlong attended rehab as a result of the incident and was able to stay sober for a number of years. However, by 2009, at the age of 32, he was back in the news for punching his girlfriend whilst on drugs. 3 years later, Furlong was arrested again, this time for domestic abuse against his new girlfriend, resulting in a further 6 months in prison, where he'd pick up a meth.
Did you hear about Judith Barcy, how she died at 10 from her dad being in alcohol-induced rage and shooting her? She's from All Dogs. I didn't hear that. I mean, if you turn to drugs, you turn to drugs. I don't care how oblivious people are. Everybody knows what it will do to you. I don't feel sorry at all. I understand that. Like, I don't know. Drugs isn't something that I personally do. And I can understand, like, you do know, like, if someone's like, here's some free coke, I don't think I'm going to be like, yeah, let me have the coke, you know? I have plenty of family members and friends that have gone down that road. That's a choice you make. I agree.
Meth addiction.
Once you make that choice, it's hard to get off of it. This is where I piss everyone off in America, where I say marijuana is a gateway drug, and that counts too.
Story actually has somewhat of a happy ending. In July 2022,
he got new teeth.
That he had gotten his teeth fixed,
there you go,
taking better care of himself, and had been sober for over 4 years.
Good job.
I'm much happier now, man. I mean, it feels so good to at least be doing the best you can.
Although this kind of happy ending has been unavailable to Drake Bell, whose life has only gotten worse every single year since he starred in Drake and Josh.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang!
In 2014, approximately 7 years after the show came to an end, Drake Bell announced that he was filing for bankruptcy, causing a foreclosure on his $2 million mansion. 1 year later, in 2015, he'd be jailed for 4 days as a result of driving under the influence.
I got that
However,
cream cheese coochie on lock.
Stop!
Again until mid-2020, when his ex-girlfriend would upload a video on TikTok, making some pretty severe accusations.
I heard about this.
Imagine the worst type of verbal abuse you could ever.
I think if rich people in general just turn to drugs because they have the money, there's a bigger issue behind the works. It's not Hollywood. Like I said, it's your choice. I agree. It's ultimately their responsibility for choosing that. Why did he have a $2 million mansion? I'm not going to lie to you. I never really understood why people buy super gigantic houses. You know? Unless, like, it's a real estate hustle, but, like, to just live in. I feel like, I don't know. Maybe this may be the poor kid in me. Like, I don't need that. You know? You don't need 55 rooms. Exactly. Like, I just feel like it's just spending money to spend money.
Imagine, and that was what I got. It then turned.
I just like a little house, please. That's what I'm saying. Just one that's mine. Right. Like, I don't feel like I need the biggest house out there.
Into physical, hitting, throwing, everything. At the pinnacle of it, he drugged me down the stairs.
Seems like a waste unless you're doing real estate. Yeah, like if you're doing real estate stuff, I can understand it, but just to live in, just to have, doesn't make sense. Damn, she grew the fuck up. Who did? Keep it low key. Exactly. Oh, look at that emo face in the classy. You can make $10 to $20 million, buy a decent home, and never work a day again if you're smart with your money. Yeah.
It then turned into physical hitting.
Oh, she did. Yeah,
everything.
You're right.
At the pinnacle of
she
it,
did.
He dragged me down the stairs of our house in Los Feliz. My face hit every step on the way down.
Drake Bell would defend himself by stating, "I never abused my ex-girlfriend or did so many of the other things Melissa falsely claimed on her TikTok video. Unfortunately, we both called each other terrible names, as often happens when couples are breaking up, but that is it. Although this response most certainly didn't put an end to the drama, as there was
something in my brain wants me to say.
The corner.
Yeah, don't say that. Don't say that. If I ever become big, I'm just going to keep buying properties. Yeah, like that's different, right? That's different. Like if you're doing real estate, it's different. But like if you're just buying yourself a house, right, Doc? There's no way that you're just getting a house with like 50 rooms just to have. You know what I mean? It feels like too much.
In a
almost.
Battle for engaging.
I'm getting a fucking castle.
Engaging in a relationship with a 15-year-old girl back in 2000.
This is the one I heard. I didn't hear the one before that.
Worse when
lots of castles in Scotland. There's a castle near me somewhere.
Footage of the trial was uploaded to YouTube.
Castles are cool though. Castles don't count. Castles are different than regular mansions. You know? Beck just wants to dock as a neighbor.
Guilty.
Let the record reflect the
Don't even need to spend $1 million if you want to buy one and repair it. Yeah, like
he would plead guilty to
$600K.
Drake Bell.
That's not bad. I like a big house as much as the next guy, but not a mansion. Right? Like it's different having like a big house than like these palatial estates that they have. You know what I mean? Like you've seen the ones celebrities buy.
Then take to his Instagram to insinuate that he hadn't done anything wrong.
Don't believe the media. If these claims were remotely true, my situation would be very different. I would not be here at
Set up $1 million home, get you 3 femboy maids.
Stating that he was at home with his wife, this relationship would last only 1 more year, as in January 2023, on top of everything that had already happened, Drake Bell announced that he was also getting
Jay-Z's house, yeah.
Considering he's
I just want a fortified bunker underground. Is that too much to ask? I don't think so.
Say that Drake Bell's reputation is pretty much finished.
I don't think so.
He's not the only Nickelodeon actor with a
here we
spot
go.
in this video.
Whoever said that, I second the femboy statement. Here we go. It's Amanda.
Amanda Bynes has.
God, bro. Let me move my. Amanda. I heard like she had an incident recently. Right, where she called the cops on herself.
Descended into an even worse version of hell. Despite having one of the most famous faces throughout the 2000s, Amanda Bynes would announce her retirement from acting.
She was walking naked through the streets in LA. Yeah, she was. Is that a heart tattoo? I think so. Yeah, it is. It is a heart. Yeah, she was walking naked through the streets of LA and she called the cops on herself for it
has
too.
Descended into an even worse version of hell. Despite having one of the most famous faces throughout the 2000s, Amanda Bynes would announce her retirement from acting in 2010, stating that being an actress isn't as fun as it may seem. If I don't love something anymore, I stop doing it.
Or them for making horrible decisions because of money.
Doing it. I know 24 is a young age to retire, but you heard it here first.
Having a breakdown? Yeah, she is. Like, I think this is this happened a few times with Amanda.
The retirement was because I literally couldn't stand my appearance in Easy A and I didn't like my performance. I was absolutely convinced that I needed to stop acting after seeing it. However,
dude, I'd love some money.
Began
Same.
to go downhill rapidly.
Same.
In 2012, 2 years after retiring, she was charged with driving under the influence and hit and run on 2 separate occasions. 2 years after this, she'd be charged with driving under the influence.
I think it's because of the trauma from that weird Yeah, I think in Amanda's case, I think you're right. That weird ass Nickelodeon creator, that like I understand the trauma that comes from that. Because that dude was weird as fuck. I can't remember. It's like Dan something. I don't remember off the top of my head. But I agree. I think this is caused by trauma. Dan Snyder. That's his name. I think he did a lot of damage to a lot of people.
Influence again, with her court appearance displaying a significant physical decline from just 2 years prior. In the process, Amanda would take to Twitter to call Michelle and Barack Obama ugly before stating that she and her parents would.
I like beef. Welcome in, awesome. I didn't see what you said, Beck, and put asterisks. You put asterisks. Her hair, sexy, yeah. that wig, man.
No longer speaking, which accompanied some absolutely wild accusations about her father, including the statement.
So link Doc should be able to see it because it's for him. Oh, yeah, I didn't see it. Okay.
That he had put a microchip in her brain. After she'd also set fire to a driveway.
Oh, as a mod, yeah, he should be able to.
Hospital, after which her parents were given legal ownership over her $5 million estate, as Amanda has been spending large amounts of her savings. It has been reported that she's recently made extensive purchases as gifts from jewelry stores such as Cartier for strangers. Amanda Bynes was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and would attempt to get her life back on track by enrolling in fashion school. However, she was kicked out only 10 months later for showing up high and arguing with her classmates. In 2018, people assumed that she was back to her normal self, as Amanda showed up in magazines looking like this. However, within a year, she'd gotten face tattoos and checked into Alcoholics Anonymous, where she'd meet her new boyfriend who, according to Amanda, had just as many problems as her. In October 2000,
how are we feeling about PlayStation developing a new handle?
22, she'd make another attempt at
like a new game or a new
enrolling in cosmetic school. Yet only 5 months later, in March 2023, she was sent to.
Yeah, this is what I saw. This is the thing I saw. Handheld? Oh, I would love it. I would love it. Handheld? Yeah, I would love it.
Hospital once again, as she was found roaming the streets of Los Angeles with
I saw this one.
On. Then there was Orlando Brown.
This motherfucker is wild. Orlando Brown? Wild.
Whose role as Eddie Thomas on That's So Raven.
Yeah.
Terrible.
This motherfucker, not Big O. This motherfucker is wild.
Life. After the show came to an end in 2007, Orlando began to focus on music, during which his life was kept fairly private.
Orlando Brown just spits facts.
Headlines approximately 9 years later. Between February and March,
I need them to show a video clip.
Brown was arrested on 2 separate occasions on charges of domestic violence, obstruction of
justice,
justice,
what's up, boss?
drug possession with the intent to sell, and possession.
He was pile driving meth and coke. Yeah, he was. Being famous must suck for real, for real. It's like, imagine your family's judgment, but instead of your family, it's literally everybody. True. Yeah, he's not. He's not. Grills is just saying stuff. I saw the Steam Deck competitor on Twitter the other day. Wait, they showed it? His Vlad interviews were wild. Yeah, they were. He's almost as wild as Corey in the house.
In 2016, cops claimed he struck his then girlfriend in the parking lot of a police station and was found by officers to be in possession of methamphetamine. Orlando was given a notice to appear in court.
Look at him. Look at this mugshot.
Yet he'd instead flee to Las Vegas, where he was caught by bounty hunters.
You left California. It's a
like I'm saying, but every time he says I just can't leave it. Just because no, you're good, you're good. No, I understand. I'm just letting you know. Like, Grills is just saying it is what it's giving. Yeah, like this picture. Wait, let me go a little bit.
Was given a
he just looks like he's doing an evil laugh here for this, right? Like, man.
Notice to appear in court, yet he'd instead flee to Las Vegas, where he was caught by bounty hunters.
You left California. It's a felony when you flee. I didn't flee.
Okay, sent you in the DM. Okay.
Brother? You got a warrant for your arrest.
After which things
he looks like he's having fun. Yeah,
a video
a lot of fun.
Of Orlando being kicked out of a friend's house after lasting only a week in rehab, which is followed by his appearance on the
Makes you wonder.
Show.
Yeah, it's Orlando Brown. Okay.
He'd been sober for 4 years.
Are his eyes yellow here?
Despite clearly being under the influence on the show.
I'm 4 years sober for a reason. I just now got to
lenses. Yeah, contact lenses.
I'm not doing no more time away from my kids other than I need to.
As a result of this episode, Orlando would return to rehab and get clean before discussing his experience on the No Jumper podcast.
I had a 2-year binge of something that I should have never, ever indulged in.
Meth?
Yes. Those situations, man, they will never happen again based off of the fact that where I'm trying
Dr.
to
Phil, is he drunk right now, nigga?
That those situations
he got kids? That actually was what I was thinking too.
Back in the news approximately 7 months later in December 2022 after threatening a family member with a hammer. He's currently undertaking a psychiatric assessment to see if he's eligible for pleading insanity. Yet the most tragic story of child...
Wait, what'd she do? Why is the lady naked? In LA? Drugs?
Fame without a doubt comes from Judy Garland, who played
Knife and a Hammer, yeah,
Wizard of Oz at the age of 16. Whilst filming the movie, she was prescribed amphetamines to keep up with the production's grueling schedule.
I've heard that the production of Wizard of Oz was crazy. Like, somebody died? No. All these people are alive. These people are alive. The production for this was great. Like the snow in this movie was like asbestos, is what I heard, and stuff like that. So people got real sick.
As well as barbiturates to help her sleep.
I did a presentation on it in high school. Sent a DM about the Aces deck. Okay. Yeah, it was mental.
And the day was finally
like
over.
this movie fucked a lot of people
also
up.
Required Judy to stay incredibly thin.
Well, she's
She
probably
had
dead,
nothing
yeah.
but soup
I'd
and
imagine so.
lettuce leaves whilst on set, which she'd explained led to a poor self-image. By the time The Wizard of Oz was finished, she was being prescribed amphetamines from 4 different doctors to keep her weight down and her mood up, although this lifestyle began to catch up to her.
Drugs, getting up late, coming in late to work, and it
That's
turned into
wild.
a nightmare for everybody concerned.
She'd be fired from 3 different movies for intoxication and was constantly in the news for being completely broke. Her kids stated that the family couldn't even afford food at times, which accompanied angry slurred messages about being paid for work.
I want my money. I want it right now.
These weren't delusions. She was broke when she recorded this.
Barbiturates to help her sleep. Bro, barbiturates suppress REM sleep.
No money to
Jesus.
buy food broke.
By the time
Weight
Judy
down and
Garland
mood
was
up.
in her
I need
40s, she looked about 15
too.
years older, had been divorced 5 different
Damn.
times, and was performing in a New York bar for $100 per night. While Judy Garland
Damn.
maintained that she had never done anything wrong in her entire life,
The only mistake I ever did, the only harm I ever did was sing over the rainbow.
she would die of an overdose at the age of 47 on the exact same drug that she was prescribed during The Wizard of Oz, with her estate being worth a measly $40,000.
Damn. Oh my God, how did I not know this? That's crazy. Damn. Okay, let me check. Let me check Twitter DMs. That's crazy though. Damn. That's so sad. It is, man. Damn. Oh, here's the Orlando Brown video. Hold on. This is what they don't teach you in school? They don't. What did he do? Okay, I saw that. And then oh, they like just, this looks cool. So this is actually going to be where's the picture? I'm waiting for the picture to load. Of course, it doesn't load now. Let me see. So Asus has a Stream Deck. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, they don't teach you stuff like that in school. Steam Deck. Have you watched Mr. Ballin? I haven't. I had one of those presenters at a school assembly. Really? So this is the Steam Deck competitor right here. This looks cool, though. I like this. Wonder how much it's going to cost, though. I went shopping. How was it? You think... Wait, did you say Sony is making a handheld? Little less than a Steam Deck, I think? Okay. That's good, though. Are they making one? Yeah, they are, I guess. Oh. I mean, the PSP was ahead of its time. I'd be cool with it. The next PlayStation handheld is the next piece of Sony hardware that aims to be yet another piece of hardware that requires a PlayStation 5. Insider Gaming understands that Q-Lite is not a cloud streaming device, but instead uses remote play with the PlayStation 5, a feature that console giants have been pushing these past couple weeks. PSP was awesome. Steam Deck is just a big PSP. Yeah. Like the PSP, I didn't play Vita. And I never had a PSP myself, but my friends did. Wait, a new PSP? Apparently you need a PlayStation 5 to play it, though. The PSP was cool. I went to the mall and a security officer was coming up to me because I said shit like now. Yeah, they'll do that. What happens if you come in first place in points? Nothing. You just get to brag to everybody. That shit was ahead of its time. That's exactly what I was saying. The Vita was trash. That's what I heard. I heard the Vita wasn't as good as the original one. I heard like it wasn't as good. I got the for my cats. PSP was goated. It just didn't have any games. Yeah. I hope they don't make the... I would love if they made this one where like you could play the PS5 games on it, but didn't necessarily need the PS5, you know? But I don't know what they're going to do. I think they're going to make you have the PS5 regardless because they want the console sales to remain high. You know? You said I was on drugs? No, I could see how you would think that, Grills. You know what I'm saying? I can see how you would think that with the random stuff you say. You know? Drugs are bad. Drugs are bad, okay? The PSP really was ahead of its time, though. Man, I loved it. When my friends would play it. Like, would let me play it. Because I didn't have one, unfortunately. I was a broke kid. Just crazy? Yeah. Yeah, you are. Yes, you are. I still love you all, even if I'm a nerdy, non-drug taking reader. And we love you. That devil's lettuce. You know, I don't partake myself, but I respect those that do. At least I'm honest. True. I love the self-awareness. Sorry, I'm adjusting my mic stuff. There we go. I need a new mic stand. Mine's breaking. Oh, Red Dead 2? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I partake enough for those who don't. Yeah, exactly. Where's my... Let me see. Gotcha. Thank you. They just got to make sure to have games for and don't make it to where you got to be on Wi-Fi to play them unless you're playing multiplayer, of course. Yeah, I think that's what they have to focus on that. That's the horse over there, so it's not over there. Where's my horse? I totally get what using is for, leisure, etc., but it's just another thing to be addicted to. And I have an addictive personality. My issues with food are enough things. I feel you. I know myself, so I don't partake in stuff that could possibly be addictive. Oh, here it is. Wait, is this it? Is this it? What horse is this? This is not it. Yeah, this is not mine. Where's my fucking horse? Anytime someone has 420 in the name, Arthur. Trust me, we knew. We're so similar sometimes. It's hilarious. Yeah, I agree. I think the thing is, I know myself, and I have family members who also, the Jazzers Cabbage. I like that name. I haven't heard that one. That have addictive personalities and have had issues with it, so I just prefer not to be on that kind of timing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my horse is right here. That's a temporary horse. All right, let's go over here and look. I just need to see it. Lost the horse to change outfit. I'm gonna change the outfit later. Chill. We'll get there. I have a lot of insane people in my family. Same, actually. Unfortunately. Yo, if this horse isn't fucking here, I'm gonna be mad. I spent all this time yesterday looking for it. Not this one. Could have swore that I... Family's fucked up. Same. Same. The externals. Like, my externals. They down here? But I brought up my brothers and sisters, and they're incredible. There you go. My brothers and sisters, I could not be more proud of them, to be honest with you. I don't tell them a lot to their face, you know, because you know how it is. You know how it is when you have siblings. What are you looking for? Where the fuck my white horse is? I put him in here somewhere before I got off the game, but I can't find him. Maybe they'll all come running. It's around here somewhere. Yeah, I know, I'm so proud of them. Yeah. I don't necessarily tell them to their face a lot, because one, that can be annoying. Oh. Should be not this horse. That's a different one. Where is it? The white... This isn't mine. This is Dutch's horse. No, this one's... Is this one mine? No, this is Dutch's. You didn't sell the White House or... Really? It disappeared? No, dude. I saved it yesterday. It disappeared because I didn't saddle it. Oh well, I'm not gonna be mad. I'm not gonna be mad. You know, I'm zen. Let's just chicken tenders. I love chicken tenders, but they're still amazing. I was in like 13, 17, but they're still, yeah, they are. Kieran's mission's good. We're gonna do Kieran's mission. I could not be more proud of my siblings, to be honest with you. What's better, chicken tenders or what?
Oh, hello, Arthur.
What's up? You need something?
You okay, Abigail?
Settling in.
Chicken tenders they're so good. I love chicken tenders.
When's this going to end?
Wait, what did? Why is my dad's texting me? Hold on. My father is texting me.
Lord, please.
Hold on. There you go. This mission is inappropriate. Did you store it in the stable? No, I stored it here. I tied it to the post thing over there. Is it chicken tenders or macaroni? Mac and cheese is so good.
Put in a good word.
Why are you wearing a hood over your head? Who is?
Don't cry, boy.
Or chicken tenders and fries? Ooh. I think chicken tenders and fries. What are those tight pants doing in the water?
Boy. Whoa, hold your horses there.
Is the inappropriate? True.
It's got our friend here's tongue.
Chicken tenders are so good. Wait, Snow, why'd you put Pepe hands? What happened? Did you get the card?
They ain't no friends of mine. I just been ridden with them for a while.
Horseshit. You see, we heard that part, so how about you tell the truth? That's what you want me to do.
Hurt him, so the next time he opens his mouth, it is to tell us what is going on. Who am I kidding? One of O'Driscoll's boys couldn't open his mouth, but he...
Damn right he couldn't.
Screw it. Let's just have some fun. Geld him.
Gelled him. Miss being a kid and eating like shit all the time. Wasn't it glorious? It was glorious.
You know, in Imperial Rome, eunuchs was among the happiest and most loyal.
Oh shit! This is what geld means. Oh.
Well, you are gonna talk.
That's what gelding is.
Now or after we got these little fellas off.
Okay, listen.
Whoa!
Hold up. And you're right. He don't like you anymore.
Are you playing games? I got to.
6 Point cabin.
That's what that means?
I don't like him. I mean, I like him even less than I like him. No offense.
Oh, none taken.
Bro, if I can only go back to those no shame days, it'd be glorious.
Up there right now.
You can kind of just do whatever, and people are just like, it's because he's a kid.
Come on, let's go.
Means castrate a male animal. Yeah, I know now. I know now.
I ain't no O'Driscoll.
Are you sure?
Wait, let me see something. Did my other horses show up on the map at all? What is this? Oh, I have a bounty over there, I guess. Nope, they don't. Damn. I feel less shame about who I am now more than ever. I like who I've become. You know? Exactly, no one judged you as a kid. Yeah, they're just like, yeah, it's just a kid, man. You only have 2 horses at once. If you didn't saddle, it's gone. Do I have to re-find it? Is it gone like forever, or I have to re-find it? I don't like myself. I wish I was less in every capacity. I like you, Beck. I don't know if that means much, but I do.
Look, I'll give you more directions when we're close. But if I know where we are...
You never lost it? So, I'm not happy. It's because of this stupid... Oh. All that time's just gone. I need to find someone to take this bear pelt. Less emotional, less passionate, less intense, less nerdy, and also less curvy, less loud, less Scottish. I don't know. I think those are all the perfect equation that makes who you are. You know? But I'm also not ashamed of it. Just accept it. Go back to your save. It is the save we just loaded.
I ain't an O'Driscoll.
Like, look. I mean, I could go back to this, but I don't think this is... I mean, I can look. Like, we could look. And if not, I'll load the autosave, but we'll see. Fair enough. I mean, we can look. Depends on how you started. True. True. Yeah, like, it's definitely not here now. No, not yet. You can pick up the black horse in the stables in Valentine? Yeah. I may just go look at that and I'll get the horse later. You know? Let me just double check. If it's here, I'll be happy, but I don't think it is. Yeah, I think it's just gone. Damn. Unfortunate.
Hey, Arthur.
Yeah, it's just gone. You guys just turn it off to save. Yeah, I know. I know I turned it off. I read it. I read what it says. Plus, I'm just going to reload my autosave that just happened anyway, so I was just seeing if it was here. I didn't know that you can only keep 2 horses. You should have saved. It was saved. You can only save 2 horses, Grills. I didn't know that you can only save 2, though. Look, I love the Scottish accent. Same. 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 I always say Beck's accent is glorious. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Okay. Let's do this quest. Sorry, guys. It's all good. That means you'll have to manually save it. It's back on now. It's back on. I reloaded the autosave. It's back on. See? There. There. I hate that it pops off every time.
How do you do?
Does you mean like, hey, baby? Yes. Like, yeah, do it. Instant cream, I'm saying.
Mr. Morgan.
Brother mentioned you can pick up your other horse from the stables. I don't care too much about it right now.
Lord, please, spend it.
I don't care too much about it right now. I'll get it later.
About your gang.
Me and horses are on a rough pack right now. No, I know it's better. I just don't care about it right now, to be honest. I'm eating ground beef, carrots, baked potato. I love baked potatoes. I love baked potatoes.
Thinking Mr. Williamson could have a word.
You ready to talk, boy?
I told you, Mr.
Are you ready to talk, boy?
No.
We already saw this.
There ain't no friends of mine.
All right.
Let's both hope you ain't trying to trick us, O'Driscoll.
I ain't no O'Driscoll.
I miss potatoes, man. Potatoes are so good. So versatile, too, you know.
Come here. We got a social.
They're so versatile.
Where are we heading?
We're up into the hills behind Valentine. Well, I'll show you.
John, you take this little rattlesnake with you. Any nonsense, you kill him.
Get up on that horse, boy.
You gotta pay your buddy.
Not my horse. Get over there. Over here, buddy. Get on this horse.
Come on.
I'm taking you to him.
You have the option to kill that guy? Make sure to kill him. Which guy? What the?
All right, I'll leave. Yep.
Why did it just... Hello? Oh, Keto. Keto. You can treat me for my eating disorder since September. Did 0 food for 25 weeks. Now I'm on week or 5 or 6 keto. You gotta replace that horse? Yeah. Eventually. I'll find. So if I can find the white horse again, I'll just saddle it later. But I'll do that off stream, as obviously. But right now, I don't care about horses.
Who'd have thought?
I don't care right now.
Say, I ain't an O'Driscoll.
You sure look like one, and
You know.
smell like. God damn. You smell like one too.
I smell like horse shit.
That's right.
Everybody smells like horse shit in this game. We all smell.
Morgan, your saddlebag. Dutch said that you might... I was asked to give them, and I'm doing you the further courtesy of telling you about it.
Next time you want to give me something, how about you give it to me instead of hiding it somewhere?
Good way to do it.
Opportunity comes up to mention it.
Are you still wearing the winter coat? I forgot about that. Thank you. I forgot about that. Oh, it's not in the inventory, right? It's... What button is it? What button is the change clothes again? It is there? Was I looking at the wrong thing? Oh. I wasn't. I'm wearing the regular stuff. That was the regular clothes. Try not to use any horse because if you switch horses later in the game, you'll end up getting the super sad ending. You gotta stop the horse to do it.
You didn't tell me what the O'Driscoll smell.
This is... I'm not in the winter one. That's American's way, right? Pounds? Yes. You're not wearing the regular. You gotta... I am in the regular... This is the winter one. Work lurk. There we go. This is the winter one. This is the regular one. There we go. How come it said I was in it, but it didn't switch it?
I smell like the stall ain't been cleaned out in a month.
How come it was just on that option, but it... Oh, it's because I was moving. 140 pounds in September. Yo, congratulations. Congratulations.
Granted.
Yeah, us over here in America, we don't do grams for some reason. Or centimeters and meters and stuff.
I do know Colm killed Dutch's sweetheart.
Even though in science class we do meters. You congratulate me when I reach your goal. When I reach my goal. Oh, foods! I'm so hungry. You know what's funny? Basically because of stream, I only eat like once a day. Unless it's grams of the za. Yeah, true.
I ain't. I'm trying to help. Honest.
One thing goes wrong.
You know.
One thing other than you smelling funny. You're the first.
You get new clothes? I can. I just don't care about them right now.
And quit breathing on my neck.
Is it depending where you came from? Yeah. I also only eat once a day. Yeah, like I've only started eating once a day because stream. Like when because I'm not gonna lie to you, I kind of hate when people eat on stream, and so I don't. I'm fasting. Yeah, one meal. I only eat like once a day. How big is the meal go? Like a regular one. But I also realize like I'm just not as hungry now. I eat one meal a day, but it's been that way for my whole life.
What did you just say?
Why did my controller just vibrate? What happened? Yeah, I snack on stream and that's it. Yeah, like, you know when streamers get like whole big ass meals and they're just like eating on stream? I just never liked when they do it. Are you metabolism gonna get shot? I'm just not really hungry. Tim, yeah. Tim does it all the time. Call me out against stress. Gee, did I call you out? Did I? Oh, you did. You had like spaghetti. I didn't even realize I did that. He be killing. Yeah, Tim will kill like whole pizzas and stuff like that.
Thief and a killer. Dutch is more like a teacher.
Like sometimes I'll just get like a rotisserie chicken and just kill the chicken. You know what I'm saying? I still hit like my protein goals and everything.
Shut that boy.
By my body's head being shit on. Look at it. Don't worry. You can keep your. I was eating a whole ass wings to be able to stream. I missed that. I eat 3 to 4, so I still hit like my because I log everything. Awesome. So I still hit like my protein goals and stuff like that. But I only eat like once. But I'm not really like super hungry throughout the day. I've realized if I'm busy, it stops the snacking cravings. You know. This shit on the weight loss. That's fucking legit. It really is. It is.
Now cut left up here. We go down the
hill
into the forest.
Tim though. Tim he'll just kill meals on stream. And he goes crazy, especially when he gets them Chipotle ones. Jesus. Yeah, he going hard. He does. As long as you feel good, I guess. It's hard to make peace with the fact that I was where I was, you know. No, I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And sometimes you still feel like you're back there, and it's hard to see the progress, you know. but you're doing really good. His Chipotle bag must be huge. Yeah. His Chipotle bag and Keith Lee, his Chipotle bag, enormous.
Easy, Bill. Quiet.
You know. I know you never. I never show anyone's body positivity, so I apologize if I made you feel bad. You never had Chipotle? Chipotle's
Just the other side of this.
it depends. Well, Strange is not a Chipotle fan. I'm just gonna let you know. But like, if you're looking for like authentic Mexican food, you don't go to Chipotle, right? But Chipotle's good. If you ever want like a burrito, you know what I'm saying?
Follow me, all right? It ain't far.
We might have shared a horse, but we ain't friends.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm watching you. Every
We have a Taco Bell here, and it's the worst thing I've ever tasted. I think Taco Bell may be different in the EU.
You'll die, boy.
I think it's different EU than it is here. Chipotle equals McDonald's and Mexican food. Yeah. Yeah. I got a Mexican restaurant by my house. It's buzz. Yeah, the authentic Mexican ones. Oh my God. It's just different.
Down there. There'll be a bunch of
You know?
fellers hiding out there.
Yeah, it's definitely not the same. I think it's different.
Armed, drunk, wary of strangers. Yep.
I think it's different.
He'll be holed up in his cabin.
But we don't really have Mexicans here. Yeah. That's more here. You know what I'm saying? that's more of a here thing. Understandably so. Since the country's right here, you know. But I'm telling you, their parties and their food are unmatched. Unmatched. Oh my God. The Mexicans where I live and I love it. Same.
It'd be that mean, son.
Same.
Yes, sir. Come on, shake it off.
Grills is British. Grills is British.
Pisser, Morgan. One by the tree.
What? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Don't move. You want me to take him?
He's yours, Williamson.
We have a lot of Polish food though. I've never had Polish food. And we do have like American Mexican restaurants and Mexican restaurants. It's true, and to think they want to get rid of us, it's a damn shame. To be fair, Strange, they want to get rid of like most of us. You know what I'm saying? They're not a fan of a lot of us. Oh shit, I was about to. Right? Yeah, like they're not a big fan of us. They like our culture sometimes, but not from us.
The next two. What's the plan?
You know what I'm saying?
Let's get close to these two.
Damn, man. It's okay. Scratch true. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I need my knife.
Come on. Get down this hill or I'll pull you down it.
What in the hell?
How about I beat you to death's door?
No one's gonna recognize you when I'm done. Guns in the camp. Look out.
Stab him.
Now we got a real fight.
Damn it. Too slow. Yeah, I know. I know. Deadeye. Love that. Pull the blick out, we have to. Did I love Assassin's Creed The Wild West? It's great, isn't it? Got him. Up, I don't have enough Deadeye. I gotta refill. Hold on. 1 second, guys. Let me drink some Deadeye juice. Hello? Do it. I'm down. Gonna whisper you a couple of our Mexican food, and you can rate them. Do it. Come on, Triskel. What's up, Mondon? How are you? Take some chewing tobacco, my boy. Yeah, eat that. All right. 1. Where's the other one? 2. All right, do it. Get him. We do it. I'm about to advance. We're advancing. Advancing. Take cover. Deadeye juice sounds like a Mountain Dew flavor. That'd be the best Mountain Dew. They'd be like, here, get that Deadeye juice, buddy. Damn. So hard to aim on controller for me still. Shot you in the fucking neck, my boy. So there's some over here. They should have made a promotional drink for real. I agree. How great would that have been? I'd drink it too. Come get this here Deadeye juice. Rock cover. Okay, no. Rock cover, Arthur. Jesus. I hate that I have to. There we go. That it reloads. Is this a no Deadeye playthrough? No, mine's almost out though. You see what I'm saying? This is the first playthrough though. One over there. One right there. Go. I missed that one by the tree. Damn. I hate that I have to like reload or got him. Got him. Run forward. I haven't listened to it yet, Legate. I swear I'm getting to it, but I've been reading a book. How's the game so far? I love it. I'm actually loving it. I am gonna get to it though. I've just been reading. No hit playthrough. You're right. You're right. I ruined it though.
That's it. They're turning tail. Leave them. Comb's still here.
All right, you know what time it is. Time to take forever looting.
Be in the cabin. I'll check. You look out here. What you got, O'Driscoll?
Damn, Legate. Oh, we got more chewing tobacco. Can I get a quick little loan? Do we need a stream stemmy? What are we thinking? We need a stream stemmy?
Give it up.
Let me know. I'll give y'all a little if you need a stemmy. Only me stemmy. I'll give you 10K. 10K, okay? I'll give you 10. Hold on. I got you. No? Oh. He said no. They're saying no. They're saying no.
The boy said Comb would be in the
You must pay the consequences for your actions. Damn, no stream stemmy. That's a good argument. Where's the rest of the X's? I like this guy. I like awesome. I do like awesome. All right, I think they're all looted. So now let's go to the tent. Is there anything I need in here? We do like awesome. I paid you all that money back. Then now give me the loan. When did you pay me the loans back? Rip grills. Yep, rip. Damn. Cocaine gum. That's a thing? I didn't know cocaine gum was a... Oh, I can't carry more of that item. Ban him, we can't have dead people chatting. That's a good point. Or before bait, we love that. Is that how you catch legendaries? Legate, with bait?
Ain't you checking the cabin?
Yeah, I am. Just hold on. Warren. He just gambled all his life savings away. Good bait catches better fish. Okay. Thank you. Ooh, love me some moonshine. Need that. Okay.
I told you he'll be in the cabin.
Look, I love Beck and I love the Scottish homie, but I'm not visiting anytime soon. Is the food not good? Is the food not good?
I knew a few of these.
Is it not good? Shotgun shells, need that. The food is amazing. I've never had Polish food before. Oh no, it looks and sounds good. But it's not very Mexican. Oh. Got you. I get what you're saying. All right, let's go to the tent.
You ain't gonna check the cabin.
Hold on, bud. I'm going to the cabin right now, my boy. Can't rob that. No. Joking, don't ban me. I wasn't going to. No one wants no fucking beans on toast or whatever the fuck you eat over there. Beans over toast is pretty controversial in America, you know. I didn't know that was a thing till I saw it in a video. All right, let's see what's in this cabin. Open. Got his ass. Aha.
You all right?
What?
Sure.
Wait. When did that become? Oh, I didn't even see him add that command. I just saw it. I was like, when did that? Beans on toast are so good.
Thank you.
Beans on toast is definitely a no for me. I was like, when did Nightbot start saying that? Scottish is haggis and black pudding. That usually black pudding is.
What? You set us up.
No, I didn't.
You did. Come on, Driscoll ain't
What's
here.
in black pudding? I've never had haggis either.
If I was setting you up, I wouldn't have saved your life.
It's a good point, Arthur.
Blood pudding. Oh, okay. I've heard of that. Yeah.
All
I've never had haggis though.
Hey?
I won't kill you.
I didn't set you up.
Get lost.
Get lost.
I'm letting you run away. Now go on. Get out of here.
That's as good as killing me.
But spicier with oats. But the only thing I've ever had on toast is like jelly. Spalted dick.
So?
That's another classic dish there. Whoa, Legate. Whoa.
Right then.
Very. Spotted dick is not good. It doesn't sound good.
So you got the cash then?
It doesn't sound good.
Yeah, there's usually some cash in the chimney.
I'll check it.
Doesn't sound good.
You boys get to camp quick.
See, Arthur? I ain't so bad.
Hey,
Yo,
Bill.
I don't know what it is though.
Dutch old Kieran ain't worth killing. Just yet.
Yeah, right you are.
Toad in the hole is also ass. You know what I think it is, Beck? The names are kind of crazy. You know? Name of a dish from the UK. True. I just don't know. I'm not trying anything that has the word dick in it. True. Oh, Legate. So you apologized yesterday in the Discord. They let you back? Not the fucking Biscuit and Gravy Nation coming for our names? Biscuits and Gravy is a regular name, though. Like, Biscuits and Gravy says what it is. They let me. I'm back banned again, though. What'd you do? What'd you do? Oh, I can't have any more bourbon. I watch kids try Biscuit and Gravy. They fucking love. Yeah, like, Biscuits and Gravy. I guess our names are just almost very literal. I mean, to be fair, if I told someone the names of Mexican dishes and translate them to English, you wouldn't eat most of them. Yeah, but that's true. Biscuits are sweet snacks you have with a cup of tea. Aren't those cookies? Right? Cookies? I began harassing the same guy I was harassing last time. Jeez. So are you going to have a chat GPT apology this time? Check the chimney? Okay. Biscuits aren't cookies? Cookies are a type of biscuit. So, all cookies are biscuits, but not all biscuits are cookies? Yes. Okay. This area? We're taking that shotgun. You'd bet your ass we are. Your biscuits are like scones. So biscuits are like... Are they crunchy? Are they like crackers almost? Clean it. Your gravy is fucking white sauce, mate? What? Well, we have multiple gravies. So we have multiple. Google British biscuits. Okay. I love the white sauce. Yeah, like, biscuits and gravy. See, here's the thing. I'm not a big gravy liker. You got to clean weapons in the game for them to perform better. Okay. But in America, biscuits is a savory food. Yes. Okay. So this is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm seeing. A field guide to British biscuits. We have baby gravy, and that's Snow's favorite. True. Beck, we even have chocolate gravy. Yo, chocolate gravy is... So these look like cookies. Except this one. But these all look like cookies. Gravy's amazing. So I don't like brown gravy. I don't fuck with it. I don't like brown gravy. I just never have. No, cookies are just ones with the chocolate chips or things. I guess we call all of these cookies. Right? Or am I... Right, guys? Like, these are... Yeah, Kerr said these are cookies. And so we call all of them cookies. What's wrong with brown? Just the gravy. I just don't like it. Well, you are wrong. All of these equal cookies. Yeah, that's what I thought. Bro, chocolate gravy, I'm telling you, awesome. It doesn't sound good, but it's good. Now that you have the shotgun, check the fireplace. You can get some money. Thank you, Legate. Always keeping me on track. You can't call it gravy. Why? Let me see. Chocolate gravy. A jammy Dodger, though? What is that? Jammy Dodger? Is that a cookie with jelly in it? Or jam? It is. It is. I guessed it. It's a jelly cookie. Yeah. It's a jelly cookie. Tea kettles are so fancy, huh? So fancy. Looks good? It does. I agree. I agree. It does look good. You mean teapots? Yeah, teapots. Kettles are what you boil water in. Yeah. Yeah. Now that's a good dessert. I agree. Vocabulary. My fault. My fault. I like this gun. Search the chimney. Bet. Give me the money. Give me the shmonies.
At least you got something tucked.
$600? What just happened? What was that? Why did the screen just do that? I gotta go now. Bye. Have a good day, awesome. I appreciate you. Sweet muffins or English muffins or breakfast muffins? Okay, so I know. Okay, hold on. You won't get the full 600? Yeah, I noticed. Was that what that screen was doing? It was taking some of it? Yeah, we're rich. Even with 100. You get about 115. It's telling you why it did that in the top left corner. Oh, because it took the money. Your health isn't... Oh, my fault. I need to eat. I guess it's been a minute since I ate food. Let's eat. Yeah. Let's eat a little bit more. Eat some bear meat. All right. Salted beef? No. Wait. So, sugar biscuits. You got some bear meat that will fully heal everything? Is it? Where did I put it? Cigarettes, cigars. Plain big game? Got it. Thank you. I feel like I need you in my ear while I'm talking about biscuits like before. Okay. So you said there's 3 muffins, right? Sweet muffins. I know what English muffins are. And breakfast muffins. Are sweet muffins cupcakes? What's the difference? No? They're muffins. Sweet muffins. So like blueberry muffins? It tells you what all it will fill both in the center and the wheel of course of. Cupcakes have icing on them. Okay. So wait, what are breakfast muffins? What's the difference? Because aren't those breakfast muffins? Oh. Breakfast muffins are like those, what's that egg dish that you bake called? Fucking, like, Popeye's got a new strawberry biscuit. Yo, I saw Keith try it. Yeah, like a frittata. That's what that is. I didn't even think of those as muffins. I just thought those were, frittatas. Okay, I get it now. Is there anything else in here? Teaching you so much? Yeah, I'm really learning. This is the stuff that I actually, like, He tried it and he said it was good until the end. Yeah, he said the like filmy taste. Yeah, like there's a filmy taste. If I believe. Oh, we got to loot this guy. I love learning. Like I will legitimately keep asking because I'm ignorant of those things. What? Why am I wanted? Who reported the crime? Who? Leveling all about there too? Yeah, like you stayed there too long? Oh, damn. And you, all of you? It's fun. I love it. Yo, where is my horse? Hello? Oh, you're right here. Thank you. Let's go, boy.
Come on, girl.
Let's go, boy.
Yep.
Time to get up out of here, boy. Get on out of here. If you stay for too long, bounty hunters or marshals will show up and shoot that shit up. Oh. I thought we were just good. You ain't give that bitch dreads yet? You can give horses dreads? To be honest, Cursed, I'm sad. Remember I said I got that white horse? I didn't know that you lose it if you didn't saddle it. And so it's gone. Hello? Why can't I? Yeah, I'm sad. It's gone. I have to find it again. Or you can customize help. Where do I go to do that? I'm sad. All that work when you could have been forming the big titty bandits. I know. I know. I'm so sad about that. I'm so sad. Damn. Damn, that's tough. Speaking of that, Tina, did you send me a nitpick on Snap, Cursed? Oh, I was like, I don't have you on Snap. I don't think I've used Snap in forever. You've lost your hat and can be retrieved from... Oh, I was like, I lost it? Put that hat back on, buddy. Want to play some Red Dead? You got me wanting to play it? Play it. Play it. The booty-licking bandit has escaped. Ohio, beware. Oh, God. I don't live anywhere near Ohio, though, so we're good. Thank God. If it's from Ohio, I'm nervous. No offense to Ohioans. I don't use it at all, really, but it's nice to see the lives of my friends that lives overseas. I used to use Snapchat a decent bit, but I just stopped. I'll be honest. I don't know why I stopped. I just did one day. You should go to the train station, the mall place in Valentine. Yeah, I need to go to that. So I need to find that trapper. Use it when you play the field. Yeah, there's lack of receipts. See, I'm not someone who cares about the receipts. You know? I don't know. That's probably weird, but I don't really care. I want to be like, yeah, I said it. I did that. There's a trapper near there. Yeah, that's where I need to go. It's called, I might as well just go now, right? To the station. I mean, it depends on how confident you are. Yeah. Confidence now is not really something I lack. I used to. Now, confidence isn't really something that I lack now. All my boobs leak. Thanks. No, I understand that. I understand that. that is fair. There's one in the St. Denis you can buy a train ticket. Yeah. That's what I was wondering. Not that I'd ever send news. Never. Not something I've done. Never.
Good to see you back, sir.
St. Denis, right? Yep.
Enjoy your trip.
You ever look at my Twitter bio? No, let me look. I actually never read Twitter bios for some reason. Yeah, none of you have ever received any either? Not one time, Beck. Me? Not me. Not I. Never. I'm also not really one of those dudes that hound for him, though, so I think I'm weird. I don't even know Twitter had bios. Spend my life abstinent. Exactly. You know? Wholesome. if you will. Someone knocked on my door? The food delivery guy? Welcome to the big shitty. Can I still sell even though I don't have my, can I still sell even though I don't have my horse? What was I looking up? Oh, Twitter bio. No, I don't either. Like if I'm asked, you get nothing. Yeah, I don't really, I feel like it's weird. I feel like girls are like inundated with stuff like that, so I don't. I never do. Yeah, I can. Okay, thank God. Also, your horse follows you here. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Let me look. Just a game lover. I love the bios. I love the bio. I also love your profile picture. I just noticed it's a guillotine. I just noticed that. The vid link? Oh, the YouTube link.
Better than you, my shape up better, my car faster, my drip better, my clothes fit better, my hoes better, my tattoos better, I'm stronger than you, my bitch thicker than yours, my guns bigger than yours, nigga, my guns bigger than yours, I talk better than you, I hustle better, I can get $1 quicker than you, I talk better, I walk better, my shoes fit me better, I get paid more than you.
Damn. Damn. I love that. I didn't even click the link. I love that. W link. That was good. I mean, yeah. All right, let's get off the train. Look around the map for a trapper symbol. Got you. Butcher, doctor, trapper. Got it. Thank you. Let's go make some shmoney. Get off the damn train. I should have went the other way. Go this way. Gotta take the horse. Where's my horse? Gotta wait for the train to leave. Hold on. Then just... You tell him, Scrat? Yes, sir.
Okay, girl.
This Lady Millennia? How close are you, glitched? How close? Hey, bro, the cops in this place are ass. Watch out. Oh, God. Yo, how long is this train? I'm on the wrong side of the train tracks. They're everywhere? Ugh. A-cab 1899, I'm saying, bruh. Just like in real life. Yeah. She had a pinch of health left in the second phase and the game bullshitted me. That's Elden Ring. That is Elden Ring for you. How can I? Elden Ring will do that. There we go. Now we're on the right side of the train tracks. You got it. BRB, got a shower? Okay. Big Titty City? Where? Where they at? All I see is guys. In bowler hats. Alright, I'll take a pamphlet, dude. Fuck that lady. Fuck this, I'll go to work. I'm gonna lurk here for now. You'll get her. Oh, I'm not buying one. No. No, thank you. I thought you were giving it. Yeah. Shoot this guy, not him. Who am I shooting? He's back there. He's racist. Who? Wait. Who said that? Who said that? It's back here, right? Is it you? No. That bitch in the bowler hat? Him? Is it you? Not him. I heard him say it. I just don't know who said it.
Alice told me that photographer in Beauville got a...
Not you, is it? Near your horse? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Bowler hat. Nope. Oh, this guy. Him, right?
I want you to ask yourself, do I consider myself...
Yeah, it's him. I did say it. You need spatial headphones? Probably. Shoot him, the cops don't care? Oh, okay. I was about to say save. Yeah, you know, we just have to make sure. Let's make this good, huh?
And then I want you to ask yourself.
Fucking. I probably should have masked up, but it is what it is. No, not probably. You do need them. Yeah. I also only wear one headphone. I don't know if you noticed. I never wear both. Now track his body through the town. Can I? That'd be great. Anyways. Lasso him? Ooh, good idea. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Watch out. Watch out, bud. All right, come on. Hey, cop. What's up? I didn't know you could do that. Look at him. Oh, my bad. My fault. Oh no. Damn. Look at what you did. Come here, boy. Damn. I shoot anyone who hits me with their cart? I probably should. They're lucky they got away. Anyway, as I was doing before I was so rudely interrupted. Come here, boy. You're coming with me. Let's take you to the trapper. Leave him there in the road? Alright, bet. You only got hit? No. No. That's not true. That's because they need to watch where they're going. Reckless driving? Nah. Did you see the TikTok woman saying some of them probably enjoyed? I did see that. That was crazy. She's like, you're not being logical. If some of them had good owners, they would have liked it. Fucking weirdos, bro. He can stay in the street now. I should have put him on the tracks. I did see that. I actually saw that yesterday. That was weird. And she has like 800,000 followers or something like that now? I think. I believe so. Yeah, 800K. She has 800,000 followers. Wild, bro. Hello, brother.
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Homes for the blind?
Oh, my fault. You're blind. My bad. Here, you need something? I got you, my boy.
Is someone there?
Watch yourself.
Hello?
Partner.
Oh, guess you don't want none. 800,000 followers is wild.
Please, can you spare?
Oh, it's you. You're the blind guy. I probably do need spatial headphones. You're right. It's hard to tell where it's coming from. I was like, give him the money, bro. Want to go? He's faking?
People in the world like you. God bless. Whoa! Hey, hi. Is someone there? I'm just a poor blind man.
Seems like he's faking, huh?
You know, you seem real perceptive for a blind man.
Oh, who said that?
Yeah, he saw the gun. Just knock him out. I guess I should use fists here, huh?
You really blind? If you lie to me again, I'll shoot you dead.
Okay, I ain't really blind. Just take it easy. Well, I'll be on my way.
No, hell no.
Hey, you,
Oh, didn't mean that. I thought I had foot. I thought I equipped my fist, but it is what it is. Whoops. Oops. Let's reload that. Pulled the blicky out on accident. Whoops. Whoops.
Anyway, I started blasting.
I think you shot a cop. I think I did. Got a little too antsy there. I thought I had my fists out, and all of a sudden, you know. Hey, Kev. Yeah. I just, you know, I'm trying to be good, but sometimes my not wanting to be good kind of takes over. It happens though, you know? Like, who hasn't accidentally shot somebody, right? Like, everyone has. Story of my life, same. That's why you shouldn't use shotguns and highly popular. Yeah, I didn't mean to actually pull a gun out at all, though. Shit, you saw me last night. Yeah. Oh, there you are. Let's go to the trapper real quick. Gotta remark the hunter? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. There we go. Hello, officer. What's going on? You know, like, if you haven't accidentally shot somebody in a game, you're not really playing a game. Also, there's a side quest near here called Black Bell if you zoom out. It's gonna be a question mark, right? Oh, right here. Oh, I mean, I'll do those. I'll do those a little bit later. Yeah, I saw it. Thank you. That's those ones where I have to take a picture of the people, right? Missed it. Black Bell one is really cool. Wait, who doesn't like Chinese people? Who said that? I'm pretty good. How are you, my boy? Let's not use a shotgun. Use that. We'll use a double barrel. That's a good array. You need headphones? Why don't you have them? I have earbuds in. I just don't have spatial ones. I don't have headphones with spatial, like spatial audio. You know?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
First time here, I think.
What's up, shopkeep?
Okay, let's take a look at it.
Oh, thank God.
Once in a lifetime, eh?
That was it. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Hello.
Oh, it's a cat. I'm allergic to those. IRL. Finally sold it, yeah.
Hey, cat. Hey, kitty.
That's it? What does studying do? Does anything? Nothing? It's a chicken. You can't pet cats? Oh, I thought you could pet like all the domestic stuff. I was mainly doing that for chat, to be honest with you. If you could. Alright, so we did that. Where's the train station? I'm going back. Nothing like a customer walking back in my office 6 times because he kept forgetting stuff. That's me. Secret mission at the gun store. It's near here. What's the mission? That's me. I'm that customer. I'm just kidding. I'm not. I'm actually pretty good about not forgetting stuff. It's a backroom robbery. Oh, here we go again. Let me get the mask on. Do I have to do the same thing as the other place? I'm that guy that makes like a checklist in my notes app to make sure I don't forget stuff. There's a door in the back of the shop. Oh, I don't have to knock and everything? Guys, I love watching you play one of my favorite games and experience things for the first time. Yeah, we're doing good so far, you know, except for me accidentally shooting people all the time. But other than that, we're good. Which shop is it? This one, Taylor and Hager? Mask up, I'm going to. Is it Taylor and Hager? Accidentally. The gun store. The gun store is called... Oh, I'm not at it. It's this right here. Got it. This one? Yeah, gunsmith. All right, so I need to go around back. It's this reddish building. You gotta go to the back. Yeah. So I was looking for what it was called, what it looked like. That's what I was asking. You gotta go. Oh, go in the store and go to the back. Don't go around back. Okay. I thought you meant I had to go around back and do it. My fault. I get what you're saying. So let me mask up. Up. Wrong button. Let's mask up. Put this on real quick.
No, you're not coming.
Watch yourself.
Oh.
Whoa! No, hell no.
Hey, he just picked your pocket. Go.
Out of the damn.
I'm staying away from you.
Give me my fucking money.
Give me your money. Quicker.
Sorry.
Fast.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, get my shit back.
What's wrong? Shit. Why? Please don't.
Give me your money, bitch. Anyway, as I was doing, yeah, I saw him pickpocket me. I saw as soon as the money turned red, I was turning around. I wouldn't let him get away with that. Hell no. Hell no. Anyways, back to the gun store. Oops, I didn't mean to press A there. My fault. Back to the gun store.
Whatever you're doing under that mask, I want no part of it.
People really don't like you in the mask, huh?
Hey, I got to see your face if you want to buy a gun in this shop.
That's fine.
Come on, I asked you nice. Get that damn thing off your face.
Sorry, pal. This is invitation only.
You are not here.
Okay. So I knocked on it. Oh, so now I have to let him get me it? Okay. I know we do. I get it. Did I save already? Just so I keep the money? I know I'd have to knock again. I know I'd have to do that. So now we just hold him up and he'll take us to the door and open the door. Got it.
Hey, there's nothing for sale back there, sir.
Hello?
Hey, think again.
I want to see what you got behind that door back there. Now!
Nothing. This is the back terrace where people go relax and just get away from everything.
Open the door.
And relax then. Go on, move.
Open the door, bucko.
Open up, it's me.
Also in the back, you don't have to shoot anyone. Also in the back, there, don't shoot anyone. That's important. You get less money if you do. Okay, got it. Thank you. So what do I do? Just hold him up? Only kill guards.
So there you are.
Can't see anything.
What the hell's going on?
So not him. You can distinctly tell the guards apart, right? Right in him? Oh.
Who are you?
Wow, security. What the hell's going on back here?
No, nothing.
What's going on, buddy?
I'm just paid to guard the place.
I'll give you like 200 more if you don't.
Guard the back.
We need the money. I need the fast travels.
Son of a bitch.
Kill them all.
I just do what I'm told. I don't ask too many questions.
All right.
All right, you've got 3 seconds before your goddamn corpse. 3, 2.
Okay. Take it easy. A little poker game, that's all. 3rd floor, upstairs. Door at the end of the hallway. Just calm down.
Shooting will scare the people and they'll run.
They ain't paying me enough to care about this. I won't breathe a word to no one.
Okay, so are the guards the ones in the bowler hats? Blow the place up. Right?
Damn floor.
Once we start shooting. Oh. Start a fire on the 2nd floor? How fire would that be, huh?
Don't you try causing no trouble here. Leave right now.
Who else gonna shoot? Who else?
Don't do anything stupid. It's all right there on the table.
Got him. Easy. Give me this motherfucking money. That was an epic shot. Thank you. Thank you. Right. There's more money behind that painting.
There you go. It's all yours.
Oh, I see him guarding a safe. Give me it.
Whoa there, take it easy. All that commotion, I wouldn't hang around, sir.
You can't kill him?
Respond very quickly around here.
I ain't a patient man. Where's the rest of the money?
I swear, that's all we got.
Give me the fucking money. Hello? He won't. Should have knocked out the guy. Now the cops know, by the way. Oh. Well. So we're just walking out of here with 200 less. We have no choice. Unless we just do this again.
Hey, we got work to do. You think anyone looks suspicious? You stop them. We're gonna have to spread out.
Yeah, we gotta redo it. So knock him out. I mean, he shot at me first, to be fair. But, so we have to knock him out. And then I threatened the guy, but he didn't open it. So what do I do? If, like... Was he the wrong guy to threaten? Or should I just threaten someone else in the room? Threaten them all? Okay, that was my issue. Got it. Got it. All right, so we're going to mask up again, and we're going to go to... Got they backstage game again? No, I asked. I asked for real. I did. Gun store. All right. Gun store's this way. I need the money. Yeah. I don't mind murdering them after we get the money, but I need the money first. You know?
Hey, move it.
What's up, lady? Yeah, I need that money. Because someone has to open the... Someone needs to open the safe. You know? So we have to do it the right way first, and then everyone else can die. Mask up. I'm not gonna lie. This autos... They still die though, you alright? Yeah, we gotta kill him. I believe so. Bounties would be an issue if everyone dies.
No, you're not coming in the shop with your face covered. You, get that off, please.
Shut up. But still, who cares? True.
Sorry, pal. This is invitation only. I'll just pretend you are not here.
Nobody gets to talk money, he takes it.
I want to see what you got behind that door back there. Now!
Nothing. This is the back terrace.
Get your ass from behind here. Let's go, buddy.
Let's go in and relax then. Go on, move.
Here we go. Open that door, buddy.
Open up, it's me.
Must be a slow day.
You know how it goes. So there you are.
Where else would I?
Hey, what the hell's going on?
Stream is frozen. Refresh. Refresh. I think it's just for you. Refresh.
Wow, the security. What the hell's going on back here?
No, nothing. Honest. I'm just paid to guard the place.
To guard the back alley? Don't lie to me, you son of a bitch.
I just do what I'm told. I don't ask too many questions.
All right, you got 3 seconds before your goddamn corpse. 3, 2.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
A little poker game, that's all. 3rd floor, upstairs. Door at the end of the hallway. Just calm down. No shooting. They ain't paying me enough to care about this. I won't breathe a word to no one.
I'll be back for you. Legate, are you back? Or no? I don't know if you're back or not. But I am not dropping any frames from what I see.
Third damn floor.
It's not frozen at all for me? Okay. Okay, good. Just had to make sure.
Hey, this here's a private event. You'll have to leave.
Sure thing, mister. Right after I get my cut.
Trying to,
Still getting tough.
I'm just trying to chat slightly less so we can actually play games. Oh, I can do both. I can do both. You know, this is a game secondary stream, right? We're really just chatters at heart.
Don't do anything stupid. It's all right there on the table.
Give me that. Now we're threatening everybody. Open the safe.
It's all yours. Just stay calm, okay?
I will shoot you dead right.
We play games here? That's what I'm saying.
Where the rest of the money.
We're not about the gameplay.
Oh, no, please. Keep it together, you imbecile. You're gonna get us killed, Jim. Just tell him. Shut the hell up.
You always got that one friend.
There's plenty more in that safe on the wall, but only he knows.
Nevertheless, Legate hates me enough as it is. No.
You need to learn when to keep your mouth shut.
I'm back. What's going on? We're robbing this place again. Yeah, open this fucking safe. Yeah, we're good now. Okay. No witnesses. You know what it is. Sorry. No witnesses. I don't like you. I was trying to do it silently, but it won't let me, it's not really letting me.
Easy there.
You gotta press E? I mean, what is it on?
I'll put you on the floor.
Or just use a throwing knife? I don't think I have it equipped. Oh well. You know what we gotta do? That's tough, my boy. Alright. We did it. I'm gonna loot and get out of here. Oh, you just switch your knife. Oh. Oh, shit. We're gonna get out of here. Hold on. Just grabbing stuff. Good thing we're... Oh, health cure. Good shit. You could have not got arrested. It is what it is. I wish we could run. Hello?
Oh, go ahead. Keep moving. See what happens.
Oh, shit. Don't know who you... Oh, shit. We're dead here. Jump off that motherfucking roof. Jump on the roof. No. Oh, we could have ran across the roofs? I didn't know that. I thought I was going to die. That's why I didn't do it. We're taking cocaine, boys. I didn't know we could do that. That would actually been cool. Oh, shit. Shit. It's this way. My fault. Damn, I got headshotted. There's an area on the side to jump. Oh, I thought it was just going to go straight down. My fault. My fault. Well, let's do it again. I'll jump to the roofs this time. If I'd have known that, I would have did it. Yeah, we got folded. Damn. You could have done some parkour. I didn't know he was capable of that. You know? Negative 19. It's not directly in front. Do I have to do it again? Or did I just get away with it? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. You could if you want. Let's see. Are they closed? Is that why it shows locked? No, there's just a bounty out. Oh, they're closed. Let's see. Yeah, it's nighttime. Should put my horse right out front. Actually, I'm not going to put it right out front. I need to buy the fast travel thing. That's what I'm really looking for. Yeah. Here it is. It's our daily. That was a good one, Saul. Was there anything else I need to do? Still have a good bit of money though.
What was the reason? What was the reason?
Oh man. Got him. Yeah, he got it. There's nothing else we really need to do here. I need to take the train out. Where's the train station? Post office? Yeah. So we just need to... So if there's an exclamation mark on the map with the mail, you can watch a cool show before you leave. It's not a movie. All right, girls. If they have an exclamation mark right here, does this mean I actually have mail or no? All right, we'll watch a show. I got you. I know. We'll watch a show. I got you. I know you like your shows. Oh, it's still the same way. You know? I found my Arabian exactly 25 minutes after unlocking free roam. Wow. Wow. That's way faster than mine. Way faster than mine. You know? Grats really just live in hell sometimes? True. True, you know? I didn't know you could only keep 2 horses, though. That's the thing. Had I known that, I would have did it differently. You know? My bad, didn't mean to hit the mic. Had I known that, I would have. I was doing the gold bar glitch to begin the game with 25,000. There's a gold bar glitch? Oh, this is a real show type shit. After you get to this place, wait before going in there. There's 2 shows in town and it might be the right one. This is the right one? Okay. Oh, no. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. Fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Better make up for it later by giving you a stable of hoes, right? How the heck did... Oh, I took the train. I took the train in. If you didn't have to... Oh, I don't think I can do it then. I should do a glitch on version 1.0, then update it. I think I have the latest one. So I installed it the other day, so it's got to be the updated one. I took the midnight train to Georgia. I do like these loading screens, though. They're cool. I like them. Okay, let's go to the... Go to the map. Let's go to the show right here. And now... Can I get out here? No, cannot. Go. Oh, the stairs are right here. Got it. Here we are. Let's go. Oh, with that show, there's a new one every chapter. Are they good? Are they like plays or are they like the picture shows again? Takes all kinds? True. All kinds of trains over here, you know? Yeah, they're good after every chapter. They get better. Okay. That's actually kind of cool. I looked up like some of the must to do things in this game, and one of them made me think you gotta take because it said just stand still and take all the scenery in. They said that was like one of the top 5 things to do in this game. How do I? Someone's getting robbed? Oh no, wrong side. Oh, they're here. Nope. Oh well. Oh, here it is.
Hey, leave that man be.
We don't fuck around with robbers.
Here,
Only me.
for my gratitude. Please.
Over there, over yonder.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Some of these breed sickness. So
Now, Rob. Yeah, like, give me your shit. Please eat. Grills, are you good, bro? Just get his loot. What's up, Jay? Yo, what's up, Broward? What's up? He only had 5 cents on him. No wonder he was robbing people. Brokey. What's up? How are you? What mission you on? We just came here so I can sell the bear pelt. Grill is probably here because he's been banned in every other chat in the known universe. This one? And then we're going back and we're actually going what other quests do we do? We got a new shotgun too. Yes, I have. Yeah, I can see. I can see. I just know you've probably been banned a lot. How did you get enough money to get to St. Dennis? It was only like $10. I think it was like $10. This is the wrong show? Alright, we out of here. We out. Wait till Skratsx plays Fallout Grills. We'll get into Spec and a Cannibal. The other show and the city one more? Okay. I like you. You don't ban me. Yeah. I just know you be saying shit, to be honest. Look at the map. What am I looking for? Oh, there's another show in the city? Oh, this one. Got you. You lucky kid. I just know you be saying shit. You know, you're kind of like a random, I'm a strict teacher. You're like a random word generator almost to me. You know? If I was a moderator, Grills would be gone. Bro's already got a bounty. Yeah, we did a bank robbery. You know? A random word generator. Isn't it? Isn't that what that makes you think of? Like a random word generator. Where I'm just like, give me a sentence. And it just gives me a sentence. You know? Meth. Yeah, I'm like, take meth and put it into a sentence. And there it is. You know? And so my favorite thing is, like, you'll see, I'll post a clip of it. We were like when we were doing the celebrity video, we were watching it. We were like, oh, you know, it's a choice. It's a choice to do drugs, blah, 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 blah. And you see Grills like, I do meth. Right? Grills is just intrusive thoughts in free flow form. Exactly. You don't look at him. It's just a random word generator. This bus ain't moving fast enough. It's this place, right? Yep, the theater. What's up, my boy?
Here for a show?
You know? So that's just how I look at it.
The theater allure awaits you behind those doors.
Thank you, sir. Main entrance. Boy, I need a ticket, boy. There's some nice women here in these shows. Is this why you wanted me to see the show? Sit in the back. Just in case things get crazy, you know? Gotta get out of here. Oh, God, they're gonna come. Okay, they didn't sit next to me. I sit in the back row with you? You're more than welcome to. ChatGPT chose a random sentence about meth and misspelled it. Exactly. Sit in the splash zone? I should have. Jip about to be watching that 1899 Ice Spice. That's what we need.
Thank you.
17th century twerk team coming out. You can boo him?
Career more crowded with incident and various intercourse with the world than I. During extensive travel through this and foreign lands, I have procured a show so fantastic.
I'm embarrassed to visit St. Denis without dressing posh. Hence why I never go there early. We go there balling. I should have. Did he just say intercourse? He did.
The poorest dreamer of dreams. I have determined the ticket price should be very low, and the show held without a profit. To me, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
For it is blessing enough to bring these gifted artists.
My cousin's hotter than you, Aldridge.
I discovered this next act in a tiny village in
Exotic, you say? Oh no, my innocent eyes. I mean, let's see what happens here. He said exotic. St. Denis in the 1890 is the 1899 New York. Everyone's filthy rich. Interesting.
I shaved him from
Exotic. We'll see.
He is truly a wonder to behold. Presenting Benjamin Lazarus.
Yeah. Or a bottom of the barrel broke immigrant. Damn.
Of dark arts and mystical prowess, my dear ladies and gentlemen. Now, it's unfortunate fact that in this mortal coil we are all born to suffer from all manner.
What is this? I thought he said exotic. Are they gonna show John Wilkes Booth?
From coal gas fumes, typhoid fever, diphtheria, or the bite.
I thought they said exotic. What is this?
The greatest wealth is your health.
Where are the titties?
And yet, it is the most delicate and tenuous of all life's gifts. And nothing.
This isn't what I paid for. I mean, he was an actor, so yeah, true. Shut up and shake ass already. I'm saying, like, hello. You said exotic. Typhoid is not sexy. Hot take. That's a flaming hot take right there. It's 1899 exotic, boy. Boo, no titties, boo. It gets better. Okay.
He has met his maker, and they are
Okay.
among the molten lava of Hades.
The last show in this game is Chapter 8 has boobas. Wait, are you saying it gets better this show or it gets better just later in the game?
Amazement, but none are as dangerous as what I am prepared to.
Legate, have you seen all these? Later game? Oh. Because I believe Legate's one who I feel like 100% games, right? No bobs, yeah, none. Shoot them, this sucks. I can't. They won't let me pull my gun out. I can only shoot them with my words. Legate is a goat. He really is. He's a good guide. Pull out the 6 and blast him. I'm trying. Wait, she has a gun. Yo, let me get that gun real quick.
This bottle of Lalicola off my head. This is insane. Off my head. Charge for this. Careful.
What if she misses? Oh, what if she misses? Nice finger action there, though, bud. You know, I try. It's the trumpet. You can shoot him in a minute. Wait.
That bit always scares me. Now, observe as I, the great Benjamin Lazarus.
Could you imagine if someone just went up to the front of the stage like this and was just booing you? Oh, he gets a person from the crowd? Oh, me. 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 No, you weren't a band geek too? Tell me. I was. Beck, I was in orchestra, choir, drama, and band. I need to get chosen out the crowd. Later, just sit down to the. Yeah, I need to. Book me to orchestra, choir, drama, and band. What is this? Yep, it was me.
Let's do that again.
My love strength. Murder her.
Dang balderdash.
Oh, maybe it's next show. Oh.
am Benjamin Lazarus. I assure you, I am not participating in some hoax or...
I don't remember the order of events in all these shows. I played the flute. I played the trumpet. And I did go to band camp. I didn't go to band camp, but when I was in middle school, I played with like the varsity band. When is she gonna bust open for the crowd? That's what I'm saying, Broward. Like, come on, bruh. He said you can come forth? Oh, I'm coming. Me. Play the tuba a bit? Ooh. I hear band camp is wild. Don't stand so close.
Ready? Take aim. And fire.
You said? We did it.
Looks like you ain't so magic. You bloody idiot. I don't have teeth there. I'm not a Venus flytrap.
What'd you say? We did it. You're supposed to shoot his teeth, by the way. He said it in the instructions. Oh. You should have done it in the head. Do we reload? We reload and do it again? I'll do it. Don't leave. Okay, it's not over.
He's just fine. He is fine.
Yo, what's up, shorty?
Please be calm.
Well, I am GG. I'm not a Venus flytrap.
Wonderful. Yes.
If you shoot him in the head, he lives.
Like a lynching. Only let's
Oh, I shot him in the stomach, so.
Marvelous stuff.
Let's see.
Marvelous. Yeah. Now, I discovered this next remarkable woman.
Just it, more shows. Oh, penis flytrap. Oh, he's not dead? I mean, I didn't shoot him in the head, so.
Do not wear clothes. She breathes fire. Yes.
Okay.
She does. And for those with the universal and not unworthy curiosity, yes, I can attest, she does emit fire from almost every...
Where they do not wear clothes. I'm interested. That's what we're here for. I didn't pay $2 to see some clothed people. A gut shot during this time was pretty much a horrible death. Yes. He thought I was gonna like listen. Oh, wait, this is better. Okay, Antoinette. No titties in the show. Damn. She a belly dancer? I know she's about to spit fire. $2 is a lot for this? Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I didn't pay $2 just to. I didn't pay $2 just for some tame shit. I need something wild. Shoot her ass too. Fuck it. Up. Her mixtape is heat for real? For real. She's spitting. Okay. Okay. Wow. Boo this bit. I got you.
Enough of this crazy fire lady.
Next. Yeah, grills. There's sites for that, my boy. You know, there's sites. I promise you, there's sites. I almost made a joke there, but I had to hold my tongue because it was going to re-traumatize me. How was these $18.99 motherfuckers entertained by this? I don't know. No, I meant in-game. There's sites for that too. Yeah, Legate has the links. He's got the links.
No matter how nice you ask, we ain't kissing.
What kind of taunt was that? I'm joking. It's a long performance. See it more up close. I'm gonna go block someone's view. I'm about to be that guy. Keep taunting. Hold on 1 second, sir. Let me just stand right here real quick.
Women shouldn't be doing this.
Whoa. Oh shit. Catch on fire.
You belong in the kitchen.
Whoa, Arthur. I look like she about to set me on fire. She almost set me on fire. That was close. She almost set me on fire. No, I will leave the kitchen forever if you say that. Yeah, I know. Who at the writing team wrote that line? It felt like he just did that top of the dome, to be honest with you.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, incredible. It's still hot in here, huh? Incredible.
All right, are we good? That was it?
I must warn you, court her at your peril. She'll not nurse babies, she'd turn them into bacon. Thank you.
There's more?
He liked that joke. Yes. I discovered this next woman in the kingdom of Poland, where she sang by the roadside, subsisting on coppers tossed at her feet.
But wait, there's more. You apocalypse. Wait, here's a good one. All right, let's see. I'll be the judge of that. What's up, shorty? I'll be the judge. Oh, she's about to sing, huh? Let's see.
Hello. Thanks for joining us today. This here was a new song about a so-called modern and
I've been trying to reach you about your Cars Extended Warrior. Boo her, I love the taunts.
This new machine will carry a facsimile of your voice from Blackwater to Valentine to Saint Denis, and they propose to distribute them to all men.
Shorty is such a funny expression.
Where you are, somebody is looking.
What's up, shorty?
A wise man prays.
What if she's taller than you? I don't know what you call her then. I don't know what you say then. That's a good question.
And peace and bliss, except for
I think you still have to say it for the irony, you know? Oh, my bad. I got you. Boo. No one's ever called me that? Did they not say that? I don't know what I do. Yelling trash is just so funny. I'd be like, hello to all misogynist vocab user. I saw an infomercial last night and it made me think of you. Called the Pocket Hose. It's kind of hot, so please say it more. Gotcha. I got it, the Pocket Hose. I have to watch that. Oh, my bad. I'll keep going. I got you. Wow. Could you imagine if like Cardi B just started playing right now? I got you, Legate. I got you.
Hello? Your wife from Blackwater calling. Hello?
You're the only one booing? Yeah, I know. Everyone's clapping. Yeah, someone just said she's incredible. I should go up there and talk about meth. Yeah, do it. Do it, Grills. She ain't real sounds like me talking about some shit. Whoa. This would go crazy on TikTok, huh? He's feeling it. Arthur with the great one-liners. They're feeling it for real. Damn. Oh, not a total. I thought she was getting a total standing ovation. Only partial. That's tough. Was that it? That was it, right? Next show. This is amazing. That's it, right? It's not over?
From the rocks as men bash into them to their doom. Thank you for joining
That is it.
for tonight's entertainment. I hope it has delayed for it.
Keep watching. This is so great. But wait, there's more. Have you heard of pocket hose? No, why? All right, we gotta go to the train station. Get the hell out of here. I need a drink after all that. That was great. Did you enjoy it? I'm glad you enjoyed it. You know, great use of $2. Go back to the bar and black out. What happens if you black out in this? Wait, can I? Can't just grab it. Have you played poker at the bars in this game? No. I didn't know you could do that, to be honest with you. It's daytime now. That's how long this show was. Blackout and gamble? No, I need the money. I can't wait to blow up my own throne at home. Gonna be great. Oh, that's the best, isn't it, Doc? That's really the best. All right, we gotta go to the train station. And let's just black out. Okay, let's look at a bar. Yeah, because remember, we actually need to buy the quick spawn. It's one of those. Work toilets are undeserved. Yeah, like you need a good one. Butcher, general store, photo studio, barber. Where is the? There's a question mark. I did see that. Right here. Let's go see what it is. Then we'll go get blackout. It's the saloon? Okay, thank you. I guess, I don't know why I was looking for the word bar. We'll do the question mark, then we'll do it. You seem like the feller who would use John Wayne TP. His random comments make me think single ply. You know? You know, just taking sandpaper TP.
Excuse me, sir. Can I bother you for a minute of your time?
Wait, I saw her in the 100 Ways to Die thing. I saw her in that video. Let me save. I saw her in this. Hello, lady.
Can I tell you a little about what we're doing here?
Sure.
Less than a minute, I promise.
It's quite a hat you got.
We're trying to raise money to build an expansion to the Quincy Harris Memorial Hall, a shelter for homeless veterans and their families.
Ooh, you got me. I was gonna rob you.
A donation of $20.
You get a special thing after the game's over if you do it? Yeah, I was gonna rob her, but she said homeless veteran. $20? I will.
There are many on hard times.
All right, fine, bruh. Literally a random word generator, right? There you go.
There ain't no chicken feed, but sure, I can help you out.
That's very kind.
You see what I'm saying?
What is your name, sir?
Arthur Morgan.
Your donation will be acknowledged on a
Do it, you'll see the effect later. Okay. I did it.
You have a great day, Mr. Morgan.
You too. Have a fantastic day. I like your hat. I forgot what her name was. Oh, they look like doors. Saloon. So saloon's not open right now. It's not open. I have to wait. What time's it open? I set up camp and sleep. What the? Oh, that just happens when someone talks. It says it's not, but it will be. Okay. I'm crazy. Look at the emote. The emote choice is like he just realized it. It's like, oh no. I think I'm crazy. You think you're the weird one? I don't know. It's just some of your memes, to be honest. Aside from the memes, you're fairly normal. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
fairly normal overall. All right, let's get blackout. I need a drink. Let's go to the bar. I mean, girls, I was saying what I figured. Oh. I was like, you're pretty normal, Agate, to be honest with you. You know, we just know you like to meme, which is cool. I fuck with it. I wasn't talking about myself. I thought you were for a second.
What do you have?
Which one gets you drunk faster in this game? We just do beers? Just stack beers? Whiskey? All right.
Whiskey, please.
How many does it take?
When you're thirsty, ain't nothing else, am I right?
Nice to see another feller in here who ain't born with a
Like
silver
10?
spoon in his mouth.
All right.
Don't know why I
We're here.
in here, to be honest. Maybe because I can.
Bro, why are you talking to me, bro?
People, but you know, sometimes we all like to kid ourselves. Maybe we're better than we ain't. Not that any of these fancy.
Why is this man just talking to me at random?
I don't know. I'm sorry, mister. Maybe I had a couple too many.
You insult people while drunk. It's hilarious. So like after what? 3 or 4 shots? 5 shots maybe? Wait, I feel like we need to go. How do I first person this? There we go.
All of you.
Oh, no. Whoa.
You should be ashamed of yourselves. Not an interesting mind or a nasty.
First person feels better. After you start getting a lot of screen effects, okay.
Good for what else?
Stories I heard.
I feel like first person's better for this.
Not anymore. The devil's gone elsewhere. And we're left with the choir masters.
Hello, barkeep. Keep them coming. Wow, I didn't know he was going to say that. Keep them coming, barkeep.
It's a good whiskey.
Thank you, sir. Just pour it up. Just keep it coming. We got to keep on drinking, buddy. Keep them coming. Hello, barkeep.
I'll have, whatever you like.
Yeah, he's starting to slur. Yeah, he's getting there. How many shots is this?
You know nothing. Bunch of ignorami. That's plural.
Like,
Ignoramus. Latin, like honeylingus.
man of color in 1899 with a job. Very progressive, actually. That is true. That's very progressive.
Just give me a drink, quick.
Wonderful tutor. Poor fellow. Fell in love with my mother. Hanged himself.
What is she talking about?
Say hanged, not hung, when it's people. Down here,
The DNRDR stands for diversity. It does. All right. So now we insult people. We'll be back. Let's insult some people real quick. Where's that lady telling the story? Oh, it's her with the big hat. Who?
For him?
Get out of my side.
Please, I don't want any trouble.
Do you enjoy spreading this grief?
Did I say talk?
I'd steer well clear.
Not drunk enough?
You know I burnt my new novel? Finished it and burnt it. The novel is dead. Such tripe.
Why is he looking at me like that? Oh. Yeah, get out of here.
Still left
And after I tortured them for 30 pages, even I was losing the will to live.
Maybe you want to relax.
Tom?
Yeah, we're relaxing. We vibing.
Where's Tom?
More. More. Trying to relax in your DMs? I mean, feel free, bro. I don't know what.
Can I get a whiskey?
Why is everyone's color orange now? Disgusting. Only one color is orange.
This'll make a good day better.
I guess the color's different on what it shows on like underneath my cam than what I'm looking at. We all be unique for a stream? I mean, you have to arrange that.
Only causes me trouble. Well, ain't that something?
It's different for me than it is for you because of the extension. I'm white like weed? I don't think weed is. All right, is this drunk enough? Let's see. Hey there, buddy.
Don't like you.
I have nothing to say to that, my dear.
I don't like you, bud.
Tight around here.
Hey, you.
Yeah. Dumb bastard.
What have I done to offend you?
I actually like that. I like that. All right, time to black out. None drink. Blow it up, brain.
Else, am I right?
Try to rob someone while drunk, they don't take you seriously. I'm not gonna try it just in case. With my luck, someone will like beat the shit out of me. You see the glass? Fill it up, bud. Try it, it's funny. All right.
You putting them back today, huh?
You damn right I'm putting them back, barkeep. I barely know my name at this point, my buddy. All right.
I don't you mind.
I thought you said they don't take you seriously.
Please, I'm not a bad man.
Anyway, I started
They
blasting.
take you serious. Oh.
So I know you.
Oh, God. Hey, barkeep. Yo, what's up, Missouri? Oh, you have to try without it. Oh. How you doing today? Pretty good. Just, you know, drinking whiskey. How are you?
The wife gave me an earful about spending more time with the children.
Just press the rob option? Okay. I thought you meant, like, with the gun, they won't take me serious. I was like, they seem to be taking me pretty seriously. Let's see. Anyone else in here still? Oh, she's actually scared. Oh, let's rob one of these. Yeah, let's rob him. I'm done playing Resident Evil 4 Remake. I'm on Chapter 9. How is it?
Hey, give me all your... I can't be bothered.
Voila, qui est regrettable.
Oh, yeah, they don't. Damn. They don't take you seriously.
Give me all your money right now, and I might buy you a drink.
No,
Quit
please.
acting like a damn
Don't hit
fool.
an old lady.
Okay, she took it serious.
Fair enough. Finally got
Let's be nice to her for a second.
I'll just walk away. No
Just kidding around.
Laser still threatened by it? Yeah, I just noticed. Oh, shit. Damn. Damn. You know what? Back up. Back up. Get out of here.
Ain't no concern of yours.
Anyways.
Okay,
Man, I sobered up quick, huh?
let's be done with that.
Sobered up quick. Back to drinking. When I say extension, I mean my red is orange. I'll send you a pic. Okay. Back to getting wasted. You know what I'm saying? Take the shot. I didn't know bar fights just start like that. Barkeep. Hello?
This used to be a cultured city.
Damn. We gotta go get drunk somewhere else, man. Go to another bar then? Yeah.
To happiness. One book to truth. One book to the future. My book. My book about the path to eternal joy.
Well, first person's different. All right, let's look for another bar. Over here. Let's do it. I didn't know bar fights start that easily. That was fun though. People really give you crazy looks in first person? They do. I kind of like first person better, huh? What do you think? My bad. The only time I'll go first person's fun. I think first person's good, except when I'm riding my horse. Then I can't do it. I got you, officer. I got you, officer. What, Arthur? What are you doing? No. Why did he do that? No, Arthur. Oh, how are we? We're accidentally committing crimes. We just got arrested. Oh, we didn't get arrested. Oh, no, he killed us. We gotta lose all your money gambling in this game? We probably will. We probably will. Damn. What is Arthur doing, bro? There's an option to aim your gun in the first person with the iron sights. Still driving? Did you get the card, Snow? I mean, that's not too bad. Did you get the card? Alright, we're going to the saloon. We're still going to the saloon. Yeah, Lev, we're having a drunk stream, bro. We're about to get drunk. Watch it. What's up, buddy? Oh, I thought that was a neck brace for a second. With what? You'll see. We're going to a bar right now. Tap down the D-pad while holding your revolver. Will I get in trouble for pulling out my revolver real quick? Oh. I like that. Thank you. Thanks for that. I don't know if I'll use the iron sight. I don't know. Hey, don't talk rude to me, buddy. All right, Scent. Let me see what it looks like. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. It does look orange. Okay. Open up, please. Where the bar? Oh, wrong building. My bad. What are you on about?
Hey, partner.
Locked. Alright. Oh. Wrong side. You told me to put gas in my sister's car. I don't use the card for dumb stuff. What's up, barkeep?
What do you have?
This is the better one.
How do you do?
Whiskey's only 50 cents.
Out there, lots of goings on.
Oh, hell yeah, brother.
Always feels like nothing changes.
Whiskey's cheaper. Keep them coming, barkeep.
Me, I'm Saint Denis, born and bred. This is the real city right here.
Always go to the poor people's stores. I'm saying.
Just give me a drink, quick. Not the mansion district with all those big old houses.
Is it possible to just keep like buying shots and lining them up so I don't have to keep doing this? I realize that we vibe so much because I'm actually your brother. Yeah. I can't. I have to take the shot and then do it.
You having another one?
You damn right we having another one. It's cheaper here. Doing well, about to leave work. Damn, already? Hey, Snow, I guess. Damn.
How goes?
Bottoms up. I was too sick to go to work today. I hope you feel better. Look at your health core after drinking all this. Yeah, it's pretty. It's keep them coming, buddy. Only in the wholesome ways. I'm always wholesome, Beck. That means in every way. You can gamble in the back of this and lose all your money. No, we need to buy the. We can gamble all the money after we get the quick travel. Fast travel is what I meant. You know Skratsx? He likes rope. I can tie a good knot, buddy. You see me last with people. Arthur's got some serious resistance. Yeah, he's a pretty heavyweight drinker, huh? Oh, shit. You aren't kicking his ass? He ain't into it. Lev, what's going on here, bud? If whiskey's half price, beer should be... I agree. Why do they cost the same?
Give me something to drink, anything.
Keep them coming.
How about you drink a little?
Once I'm on my way home, text me.
To breathe the booze down.
Text me. Whiskey and beer are not the same. I'm saying. Like, it shouldn't be the same price. You're right. I'm not an ass kicker, Lev. I'm not I don't like getting beat up. You text me, sir. What do you want? I don't know where you're going. Poor people gotta attract customers. Yeah, like, I feel like beer should be, if it was it should be 25 cents at the most. Thinking chicken strips? Yeah, I'm good with that. You know, I feel like 25 cents is. Could you imagine whiskey for, look, if you got chicken strips, I need to pick. If they breaded, of course they're gonna be breaded. I got you. I'll DM you.
Can I get a whiskey?
I miss bread. Please give me a kick and punch in the balls. Grills. There's sites for that, man. You know? This is one of the largest sidetracks in human history. And you're enjoying this one, right? We've done a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, all we did was rob people. Less than $30. $30, bro.
Drink. Yeah, that's it. Drink.
Just take
I do it for free, to be honest.
Don't need you causing a ruckus.
We're not causing no ruckus like we did in the other bar, buddy. I'm just trying to get blackout drunk. That's literally all we've done. We robbed something. I'm enjoying the stream. I'm glad. The title was a lie. Curse was right. The title's a lie, bro. We robbed somebody. We watched a show. And now we're just getting drunk.
For me.
What, it's just a quick nut kick? Keep drinking? Oh, we're drinking. We're drinking, buddy. We're not going to see the end of this game, to be honest. Nightbot agrees. No, we will. Did that to you as a kid? Nope. What are you talking about? I haven't been paying attention to what you're saying, to be honest. I'm just getting drunk off whiskey. Not ever. Oh. Oh, we did it. Scratch, you still need to name your horse legit. That is true. I need to get that horse, too. Damn. Where are we? Damn. Okay. You were right, Legate. That was actually fun. Let's go. Stage. No, where's the train? Stagecoach should be it. Let's go here. No horse and lost. Yeah. About to try the strawberry biscuit. Yo, Snow, post that bitch in the food section. I got to see it. All right, y'all. I'm off to work. Have a great day, everyone. Much love. Strange, we love you. I love you. You, Strange. Have a great day. Your horse is out of wrestling, right? Damn. We have to run, too. That was the saddest. Get another drink just for me. Yeah, I think Grills is from London. All right, I'm off. All right, Le. See you, Le. Some games on your list are good with people. You plan to play most all solo or be open to playing with others? Open to playing with others. Call Scrawny Nag. Arthur in that bar was near crying that he has no friends. I wonder what Dutch is thinking. Where the hell is it? Yeah, he's like, where the hell did he go? Where the hell? Slowly but surely making our way out of town. He just disappeared. Yeah, I did. He's like, he said he was doing this and now he's gone. And we're going to come back with a few bruises. You can call the horse now? It's depression and sad news of drug. Horse. Killer. We still do have to rename the horse. Do I have to go to a stable to do that? I forget how great first person looked in this game. It's actually really good, right? Let's see how riding a horse looks. Wait. What's that dot? What are you saying?
Hey, you interested in some quick money? I am talking real quick.
Okay. What you mean?
Yeah, now it's too open here, but
he's gonna try to rob me, isn't he?
Me and we'll chat.
He's gonna try to rob me, bruh.
Well, okay.
How do you find these damn idiots?
I knew it.
Come on, let's
It must not be a trap. Damn, it can't be. All right, we gotta spin back. We was gonna leave town, but we can't. We gotta spin back now. So 12, got it. They did you dirty. They did. We gotta find them. They took $80 fucking. How do we find them? We gotta find them. Hell no. Where they at? The stream has been fun as fuck. This definitely couldn't be a trap. Arthur has been through hell. For real. Not you. I gotta find them. How do we find them? You took that personal. Yeah, bro. This is the only game where you can do not a single mission and still have so much fun. I agree. Yo, what's up, my boy? Where the fuck? Yo, officer. What the fuck?
Officer. Hello. Good morning.
Bro, someone robbed me, bro.
Keep your eyes open.
Wait till I see them again. If I see them again, it's up. Greet, antagonize the NPC. Oh, yeah, that's right. Wait. Hello? What happened to him?
Excuse me.
Get up, bruh. Don't sleep in the road. Interesting. Excuse me, sir.
Morning to you. Morning. I'm just in a friendly mood today for some reason.
Well, that's good.
Normally, I'd have called someone like you an idiot by now.
Hey, now, you're talking like a damn fool.
Racially motivated.
What the hell?
What, bruh? Kinda looks like Seal.
I'm just gonna go like you ain't here.
Anyways. Next person. Bet.
Watch yourself.
Excuse me.
Hello.
先生，早晨。
Let's do.
Madam, back here.
Good morning to you.
I've had better days, that's for sure.
Oh, are you okay?
First person mode is wild.
But I look at you and
It
I
is.
know things can always be worse.
Damn.
Well, that's how you talk to women?
Damn. Why am I wanted? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Why am I? Oh, disturbing the peace because I insulted somebody? That's crazy. Let them arrest you? I mean, they're actively trying to shoot me, bro. They're actively trying to shoot me. So, like I'm dead here. Yeah, we're dead here. Yeah, we gotta. My game froze. My game froze. I got robbed and they don't respawn. Yeah, my game froze. Hold on. This has been the least productive stream ever, bro. First crash. Hold on. This has been the least productive gaming session ever. What have we done so far? The stream was less productive than the last stream. It really was. In last stream, we spent 3 fucking hours looking for a horse. I missed 3 hours of the stream. How have you done a mission? We've just been wandering around. That's literally it. We just wandered. We haven't done anything. Robbed a gun store, watched a movie, insulted someone, got drunk, got robbed, insulted a woman, and got wanted. I'm putting that as the VOD description for what we did today. That's the perfect summary. Because we did not do anything. Yeah, we got drunk twice. We started a bar fight. Drink in real life? Bro, it's 2 p.m. No, let's keep it that way. I kind of like it. You were right. This game's fun as fuck. 15 minutes past in game time. Yeah. Don't make any progress today. Keep the consistency. It's never too early to drink. I mean, I guess. Lev didn't say hi back. She did say hi. She said, hi, Snow, I guess. I'm a severe alcoholic. Please help. The no progress consistency, you know? Hey, as long as you're enjoying it, I'm enjoying it. We'll somehow stumble upon progress. Now you got to do one mission, please. Okay. I say one mission like we did yesterday. We can get distracted and do one mission. Oh, we did. We did Kieran's mission. I forgot about that when we shot up the cabin. Because we got a new shotgun. And a Cheekaholic. I am in love with you. All right, let's try that again. I'll let them arrest me. And then we'll go do a mission. Let me get down. First person mode is actually cool though. We did one mission? We did. We did do a mission. But we'll do one more since Broward wasn't here. Hello, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, you're too nice. I can't. You're too nice. Let's find someone who looks mean as... Oh, you.
Morning, mister.
How's your name?
Can't beat this weather. But I sure could imagine beating you.
Whoa.
Why did you say that?
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
She can get it. Let's go get bitten by some alligators. You can do that?
Hey, move it.
Oh, there's a cop right here. Hold on. What am I wanted for?
Bastard we've been looking for.
All right, you win.
That's it. I'm
I sure could imagine beating you.
Bet you feel real stupid now, huh?
I was getting my Floridian beauty sleep. We'll do a mission. You've done crimes in the past. You're still want. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Let me out. Damn, we went to the pen for real, bruh. Now we got a record. Hey. Yo, it's Charlotte. Thanks for the follow. How are you? What's up, Charlotte? How are you? How's it going? This remind me of my hood for real. At least they gave me my horse. Jail, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
We've done so much. Where are we going now? Let's actually do a mission. So we need to go to the train station. Let's go here. It's time to leave. You get high enough, bounty, the gang will break you out. Oh. I got two biscuits and spicy chicken. What? Did you get the strawberry one? Yeah, this is weird.
You're all right, girl.
I don't like it. I don't like doing biscuit picture where? Did you put it in the Discord? Take a picture and just put it in Discord, Snow. Just put it. I gotta see it. I've seen how it looked on Keith's thing, but it was night. This stream has been a beautiful disaster. I agree. Just being tired after getting done with some designing stuff, logo stuff. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Welcome in. I hope you don't expect progress. We don't really make that here. We played this game for 2 days now. I'm still in line. Oh, okay. So you think you might use third person on horses and on ground use first? Yeah. I think I might do that. Guys, can you please change the outfit? Later. We got other stuff to worry about, my boy. Because we have to save as much money as possible to, You think he'll use iron sights or not? I have to see it on other guns. Okay, Skratsx, listen. Before I send you this image, it's not bad. I'm racist, but this wasn't supposed to be racist. I think it looks good, but what do you think? Let me see. No, that looks good. Sorry, it looks good. It does look good. I'm not going to lie to you. You right. Look good. Where did the hat go? Yeah, we got it. In this town, they sell fancy clothes, but they're $120 each. Yo, what's up, Trip? What's up? What's up, Trip? I've been enjoying your streams. I've been lurking in them. So, I really need to know what is Zaddy and how is it different from Daddy? Thanks in advance, chat. Here. You know what we'll do, Beck? We'll do a side-by-side Urban Dictionary. That's the only way we can really be sure, right? Not much, bro. Oh, you be in there? Yes, sir. You a part-time streamer? Yeah. Yeah. Part-time. I'll be in there. I like to lurk around, you know? Okay. Are you ready? Here's this one and this one. Here are the differences, Beck. So, they have it as a father of a child for, you know, and then for Zaddy, here it is. Here it is. We was talking about the G and lasagna the other day. I know, bro. It was so good. Your streams are good. I love them. You know what? While I'm here, to my boy Trip, give him a follow if you don't. But did you use Daddy for that meeting? It's different.
Nigga, can y'all aim at the window? Nigga, what?
You follow Trip if you don't already. But it's not though. Well, this is what it's supposed to be. I appreciate it, bro. I really do. No, your streams are good. I love them. You deserve it. Like for real. I think the cops were just annoyed at you for threatening people. Probably. Okay, thanks. So you think you're gonna you're gonna use this one now, Beck, or no? Are you gonna use this one? Yeah, you did get old in that clip. You think you're gonna use that one? No. It's understandable. Understandable. Train ticket, please. Yo, you know what's crazy, Legate? Now I'm looking at it. We started in this town with like, are we calling you Daddy? Still sorry? No, it's okay. You're good. We had almost $400. You threatened someone that had the balls to do it in front of a cop. I mean, I was drunk. I mean, people. Calling people. Okay. Okay. Where are we going back to? Valentine, right? Where are we from? Where are we from? I forgot the name of the let's just go to Valentine. We gotta pick up that horse anyway. You know, I had to really play it out. I was drunk, you know, so I didn't understand. I didn't think he was gonna be like, I'd really like to beat you. We made a net loss. Yeah, we did. We had almost $400 and left with $200. we didn't need to gamble, Legate. We just somehow fucked over all our money. Girls, what is it now? I need to see. He's just saying, do you want to revamp something or some designing stuff? Not really. Not really. We're just vibing, to be honest, Charlotte. I appreciate the offer, though. We lost 80 being robbed and spent a ton gambling and a few others. Yeah, drinking, you know. All right, chat. I've been partaking in Ramadan, so working out has been a struggle since the gym I go to closes early. Should I go to the gym early and wait to eat and sunset or go to the movies? How are you feeling physically, though? That's the question. How are you feeling physically? You know?
Hey, you there?
And what movie are you going to see?
What the hell do you think you're doing there?
What? Movies, treat yourself? I agree. As an uncultured American, what the fuck is Ramadan? You haven't heard of Ramadan? I can play a video for you to explain it better than I can explain it. What was I doing? Stables. I'm alive, not in pain, but tired since I just woke up. John Wick 4. Yeah, go see John Wick. Go see John Wick. I'll look it up. Okay. That's fine, dude. Just check your Twitter DM. I have something to show you. All right, got you. Get that black horse? Exactly. We got to name it, too. Can I name it at the stable? Right? They let me name it there? Yes. Okay. You're like Trevor from GTA. That's quite the comparison. I've never heard someone say, I'm like Trevor from GTA. There's also a bounty mission in this town. Yeah, we need to do that. We need fucking money. So we're gonna name the horse Lil Jit. We're gonna get $40. Ramadan's a religious thing where for an entire month people fast from sunrise to sunset. No eating, no food, and depending on who you ask, no music. No drinking water either, too, right? Right? Or am I tripping? I thought you can't drink water either.
Mister? Just
Oh, not you. I was looking for the dog. Sometimes. I thought I said no drinking. No eating, no food. But I said no eating. Yeah.
Let's talk about this. Arthur, come lend a hand here.
Damn right.
Go ahead and call your mama for all I care.
What's going on?
You
Take it
might
easy.
wanna
I've
quit
got
that.
lumbago.
That drunk's got mean friends, believe me.
Oh, hell.
Depends on the family here. Sometimes it's water only. Oh. But yeah, I know it's always no food.
Appreciate it, Arthur.
Because I know that some NFL players, bounty mission is the skull mark on the sheriff office. Okay, I got you.
Anyway, I should probably hit the breeze.
Yeah.
I'll be at camp.
When I was in Kuwait, they were drinking water but wasn't eating food. Never heard of no water? I remember hearing an NFL player was doing no water, no nothing. I don't know if Kyrie was too. White mark in the bar? Yeah, I'm getting the horse first. Wait, white mark in the bar. Then biscuits hit and I put in the cord? You need water to live? Yeah, they do. So they drink water after sundown. I know that. After sundown. Yeah, some people here do no water. Damn, these do look good. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so Snow got the biscuit. He got the biscuit. There it is. Got the strawberry in it. You know? But also it's cold here, so people aren't, like, warm. Yeah. Yeah, ain't no way they doing no water in that heat. Sunrise be at, like, 4 a.m. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, especially when it's, like, real hot. So right here is, like, 8 a.m. we fine. I don't fucking know why you would do Ramadan if you're not religious. Just sounds like an annoyance. The sandwich is God tier? Yeah, the sandwich looks good as fuck. Popeye sandwich is good. You got spicy, right? That's the way to go. That's the way to go. I just flipped my whole schedule. Up all night, sleep all day. Ramadan smarter, not harder. You wouldn't? It's not like a trend? So I can tell you gotta be just from the hands. Spicy chicken sandwiches are amazing. But it's a huge month of reflection and prayer. Yeah. I know some people join in, but aren't necessarily Muslim. I've heard some people do it, but not a lot. I can explain to you, I do it because my friend is. And knowing them, I know they are more motivated to do stuff when they have someone to rely on / do tasks with. If I say I'm fasting, and I actually am, she feels more obligated to do it. Yo, you're a good friend, Sora. You are a good friend. That's actually cool. Yeah, it's a community thing for some people, like Sora said. Yeah. That's a good friend, though. Good friend. Oh, white mark in the bar. I just saw that. There's a dot. I see what you were saying. It's a good friend.
Dang, you've been gone a while.
You know, he ain't a bad feller, all things considering.
That man's head's going soft in his old age. You better watch out for him.
All right, is that it?
Getting so a man can't get a goddamn break in this town no more. Not a damn one.
That it?
A fella I know got kicked to death by a...
Yeah, that's it. How did I lose $6 more? It fucks with me at the gym, though. No drinking at the gym is rough, but I ain't a bitch. I often don't drink water at the gym because I forget my water bottle. I'm proud of you, though, Sora, for real. The train ticket? No, so when I bought the train ticket, I had $200 after that. So somehow I lost. Antagonized, bro. He pressed dunk. I got you. You right. Sora's killing it. He is. I'm proud of you, though, Sora, for real. I know it's tough. You right.
Listen, fool or not, that drunk's a friend.
I think I'm just gonna walk instead of like intent. Yeah, do like low intensity for now.
Piece of shit comes around here again, he'll get what's coming to him.
What? Oh, I have no more interactions. You lucky, bro.
Question for you. I'm looking for a buddy of mine. Good fella, likes a whiskey now and again. What'll it be then? Haven't seen him in a little while, and his wife's banging on my door saying...
W Press, he ain't on none. He ain't. The gym and I shall never meet either. Don't worry.
Get me a bit worried.
You forget your water bottle, I forget to go to the gym. Do you know what the thing? Lately, though, the gym sucks because there's so many people. And it's not that I'm antisocial, right? Not that I'm antisocial, I just don't like waiting for machines. You know? And so it's annoying having to adjust everything waiting. Don't want to get a bounty over that? You're right. You are very right. I love swimming, though. I haven't been swimming in forever. I have not been swimming in a long time. I'm definitely antisocial, but my ego's too big. Stables, then bounty mission? Yes, sir.
Hey, open your eyes.
You open your eyes, bitch. Oh.
Will you move?
There we go. I forgot. Gym here has a pool. Mine does too, I just never use it. I can't swim. Hey, nothing wrong with it. And it's only like maybe a 4-minute walk from my house. Mine, you have to drive to get to mine. Where do I... Oh, I just have to go in the stable. My fault. I just have to go inside. Had to eat that in the car. That I asked everyone, did they want something? They said no. I ain't asking twice. I'm not my mom.
Welcome back, sir.
There's a gym I signed up to with a pool, but $150. Whoa, $150 a month for like 4 out of 5 type gym with a pool that doesn't always work. That's like a 2-hour trip. Fuck no. Yeah, I'm not paying $150. The pool is a perfect place to pull MILFs at the gym. I gotta look. That's a good point, Broward. That food was good as fuck. It looked good as fuck. 150 for 3 people. Even still, that's a lot. Mine is $20 a month. Basketball card, yeah. So mine's $24 a month, and I get basketball court, pool, and the gyms.
Horses love it.
It's a Shire beetle. Okay, thank you. Info. How do I rename it? Am I not seeing it? Now I go to Planet Fitness down the block with a massage bed and a hydro bed. I like classes, badminton and tennis, and swimming. Those are good. Press Y, saddle up, and then after each equip. Okay. And now... No, not info. Upgrade? No. Rename horse. Got it. There you go, Broward.
Good choice.
Lil Jip. I got you. W name. Upgrade. Appearance. Main.
A well-groomed horse is a
Yes, sir.
class.
Take me, please. I'm too nervous to go. That'd be cool. Go to the doctor's shop first before the bounty and buy Horse Reviver. That is a good point. That's fuck, but I easily one of the best in esports for my school. Little Jit with a big body. Yes, sir. We'll do the braids. Oh, wait. No. The dreads. The dreads. I'm fucking with the dreads. Okay, cool. We got that. What can we get to tail?
Nothing better than a well-groomed horse.
Dreads. Dread tails or the braided tail? The braided tail's kind of tough. Braided tail.
Very fashionable.
There we go. All right, let's go. I like that. Horse care package is great. You get some carrots for it? Okay, I'll buy that too. Go to the gym. Just spinning for real, right? Braided? Yes, sir. No. Wait, which state? Beck's UK. Beck is UK. No, don't need that. You said... Yeah, I'm in Scotland.
Good
Upgrade.
folk around these parts. And I'd know I'm one of them.
Oops. I meant to go one more down. Services, horse care package. Got it. I got it. Thank you. We can virtually go together. I'll go one day too. That'd be cool. Virtual gym trip, but I'm at the gym at night. So. All right, we got him. Oh. Look at him. Cool. All right, you said doctor? Guys, I'm spending the weekend with YB. See if he get any more hair. Kill my eating now, though? There you go. There you go. Yeah, the doctor. Got you. I need some horse revive. So one thing at a time. I think eating, like, getting the eating down is harder than actually, like, the working out part. If you do the working out part first and you eat bad, you're kind of just wasting your time. Doctor then Bounty, why are you going the back way? Oh, I just followed the map. To be honest with you. Hold up, brush legit. He got a little dust on his shoulders. I got you. There you go. Let's brush him. Yeah, I feel that. The eating part for me is easy when I'm constantly busy. Yeah, especially now that I'm like streaming and stuff. I only eat once, so I only go to the gym when it's mandatory. Some athletes being there 24/7 and still be ass. Yeah. We got to keep him. Don't replace this horse. Okay. So after this bounty, remind me. Let's go take him to camp too. Even if I had the motivation to like go out for a walk once a day, it would improve things. Yeah, that comes though. You'll get there. That comes. Going to the doctor, then we'll go to the bounty. Let me park legit right here. Hitch up. Hitch up. We got a bond with this boy. Sir. Okay. Doctor. Be careful with my boy. Someone gotta hit me up and be like, right, bitch, walk 30 minutes now. I use my, like if I'm doing cardio and stuff, that's when I listen to audiobooks and stuff.
I'll keep a careful eye on you while you're in here.
Motivation is overrated. I stopped waiting for motivation, just started doing it. Eventually motivation came around. I think too, once you build the habit of going, it gets easier. Horse Reviver, right? Right? How many of these do you think we should buy? How many do you think? Love? You want 3 to 4 of those? All right. Oh, they're sold out. Damn. I'm gonna buy one of these just in case, and this. You can only hold a few? Yeah, I just noticed, unfortunately. Alright, so we got that, and let's do the bounty. Also, I'm sick, so not right now. Yeah, once you're feeling better. When you're feeling better, just like announce it, and then we'll be like, yo, yo, yo. Stimulant is great. Basically horse cocaine. Oh, don't say the C word. You know what's gonna happen.
Look here. Maybe this is our man.
Instagram is my most consistent. I got you back. Just let me know what time you would like to go, and I'll remind you.
Well, I'm guessing you ain't here to pass the day. Turn yourself.
Okay, girl's going exactly. That's why I said it. Someone said you should always do what you're told. You're so good to me. Should I be erect?
All right. You smell that? This here's a livestock town, mister.
Livestock town.
Reprobates like flies.
Reprobates, good word.
Now, I'm not a
good word.
Pass a quick judgment, but I've been around long enough to know you don't hire a saint to catch a sinner. You bring me.
I should always do what you're told. It's you always do what you're told. Did I read that wrong? Oh, you always do what you're told. My fault. I skimmed it.
What is it?
I mean, I'd be female erect.
Why don't you have a look at that poster on the wall over there?
Take a look at this guy, this goddamn wall. See what's going on.
His miracle cure from here to Ansburg. Killed more than Landon.
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
Filler over at the saloon said
We're actually doing a mission.
The gorge straight north of here. You think you can bring him in?
Damn right I can bring him in. I'll hog tie that son of a bitch.
I need him alive, though. I want to make sure the women he witted get compensated before he swings.
I'll see what I can do.
Well,
$50 reward. We got the big bucks. Yes, sir. We're still net negative for the day, though, Legate.
That's an important point. Alive, I got it.
So he's a drug dealer, huh? Later in game, you can show up to his execution. Bet. It's $50. He's on the run. All right. Let's do it. Where is he? W sound. Yes, sir. Love it. I love that sound. It's one of my oh, here it is. Let's go get this son of a bitch. Let's go, little Jip. Let's get around here. Benedict about to be on the stick. Yes, sir. I like the dreaded mane. I'm not going to lie to you. You want to follow the gold path, not the red one. Yeah. We got a bond. You can patch it. Yeah, I know. Bax, you got that Chief Keef look. I like it.
You're all right, boy. There, boy. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I learned about the patting the horse and stuff when I was getting the white horse off stream. You can also brush your horse while riding. Do I just do... Oh. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could do that. I thought you had to stop. Wanted to turn him into Kodak. Should we go back and get the dreaded tail over the braided tail, you think?
Yeah, good boy.
Nah? Alright. Because I think the braided tail looks better than the dreaded tail. But the dreaded mane over the braided mane.
You're okay, boy.
I think he's pretty solid.
There, boy.
Looks more clean? I think so too.
Good boy. Easy, boy. Good boy.
Good boy.
There, boy.
There, boy. We aren't going back for that white horse. Lil Jit is staying. I agree. Honestly, I don't want the white horse after all I went through. Plus, he melodied. We don't need the white horse. True. Bro, my friend, I'm doing Ramadan. My friend knows I'm doing Ramadan, and he joined the Discord, turned on his camera to eat in front of me. That's fucked. If the horse gets knocked down, you got to use Horse Reviver on him. Okay. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Bro, shoveling food in camera. Damn. Okay, so we should lasso, right? We just gotta lasso him? Yeah, you got to. The horse on the of that Old Town Road, no last X. That's a good reference. Look at that. Wait, did you send me something? Oh, you did. He's even showing you the food, bruh. That's fucked up. That's fucked. Damn. Little Debbie cookies and cream brownies. Are you eating one right now? Are you eating one right now? Who meal is that? So Sora's doing Ramadan and his friend. Now he's showing me popcorn. I don't really fuck with popcorn.
What we got here?
Oh! Didn't mean to do that. I had the lasso and he just shot him. Yes, I'm eating one right now. You know me too well. Oh my God, bruh. I had the lasso in my hand, went to swing it. You don't gotta reload. Oh, he didn't die. I didn't reload. So that's when you gotta use the if he can't break bread, he fake line. True. Lasso, right? Should I just get off the horse? I'm gonna go up a little bit more. I gotta chill. I'm gonna gain weight. Then you're gonna have to be in the lab. Or maybe your coach will like it. You shouldn't lasso him immediately. I'm getting off the horse. Talk to him first. Someone said they flipped their schedule in here for Ramadan so it's easier. But in the religion, I believe you're required to pray during the time you're fasting. Ah. I've had ice cream in little years. I've had it, but I'm lactose intolerant. So.
You Benedict Albright? Oh, sir?
I'm getting back for them last 2 weeks. Yeah, you gotta like get back to where you were.
And I was told he'd be up here. No, not me, sir. It's because I want to buy some medicine. And I heard him.
I just let my kids out at certain times of the day to pray for my classes. Oh,
In gold. If you could help me find
that's cool.
him.
Fallout New Vegas. I love that game. I don't love it. I've never played it. I love Fallout, though. Fallout New Vegas is on my list.
Well, if that's the case,
Arthur trying to get him to admit who he is. Mm-hmm.
happy to help. I'm a healer, you know? A medical man.
A medical man.
Best medicine in the state.
Is FNV on your short list? Yes. It is.
Game's over, mister. Put your hands up.
I got this Haagen-Dazs for my sister. She loved butter pecan. She mid. Butter pecan is mid as fuck.
Folk, there's a price on your head. I don't know. It ain't my business. Come on, partner. That's crap. I'm a healer. I got an aura.
Peanut butter ice cream? I've never had it. Do you think you'll play Red Dead 1 after this? You got to? You think so?
Scientist. Folks get real angry for no good reason. This is a mistake.
I feel like it'd be better if there weren't actual pecans in it.
They only want you for questioning. I have to insist.
We gotta do an ice cream tier? I'd be down.
Don't be a fool. Hold on. I'm slipping. Shit.
Let him fall? I thought we have to bring him in alive. We need that $50. We're net negative today.
Oh, you saved me. Now come on.
Recommend ice cream. You said I'm really bland with ice cream, so I don't know. Yeah, I am. Birthday cake ice cream's goated. Never had it.
What, you taking me in? It's just for questioning. Oh, you saved my life. Ain't we had enough drama? I'd be better off jumping. They expressly told me not to kill you. Oh, this is about you. Don't jump. Or what? You can't shoot me,
Shoot him in the leg.
Please, I'll take my.
They do have butter pecan without pecans in it? Oh.
Really do not like you.
Not gonna get executed. I just want the $50, to be honest. Oh, I got across here. Oh.
Swim to the edge. Grab onto something. Don't you dare drown. Look out, the rapids. Hold your breath.
Where is he? Oh, he's dead. He's gonna die. What are y'all saying? I'd rather jump is crazy, right? Honeycomb's extremely sweet. We don't get that here. Now I want ice cream. Thanks, guys. What the fuck? My favorite ice cream is tablet, which I assume you don't get there. What is that? What's tablet? I hated this mission. One of the worst in the game, in my opinion. No, it's just boring. I'm just getting my 50. We're net negative. Get your dumb ass over here, buddy. Now let's hog tie his dumb ass. Also, Maylin keeps misspelling skill issue. Does he? A Scottish confection thing. Sounds interesting. I'd try it. Chase down dude and get a way to long cutscene, rinse and repeat.
I'm sure it does seem that way.
Like a block of condensed milk and sugar and vanilla and deliciousness. That actually sounds good. That sounds good. You legion bitch. We got him. Stow him. Let's go, little jet. Get up. My username is FNV character, so you will meet me in game. Really? That's actually cool. So I need a Scottish direction right now. Don't even tease. Legit doing good first day on the job. He really is. He really is. I'm proud of him. Sounds like a weird position. I bet you wish you were cool like the Legate. Am I saying it? It's probably Legate in there, isn't it? Right? I think it's $50 on me. Come on, tie me, please. Look at us. It's Legat. Oh. I'm still gonna call you Legate. I'm too used to it. I'm not gonna lie. Legat. Oh, okay. I'm still gonna call you Legate regardless because I'm used to it now. Unless you mind. You said it wrong both times? Damn. Leggett. Oh. Leggett. Legate for real sound like a position. That name in the Kama Sutra. Mint chocolate chip ice cream is the work of the devil. I don't like... You know what ruined mint for me? What ruined mint for me was that Shamrock Shake at McDonald's. Back to my sisters. Hit that bounty. We did. Beat his ass. Yeah, that's it, pretty much. Leggett. I'm still going to call you Legate unless you mind. If you mind, then I'll change it to Leggett. Zoom, zoom, you right. So let him run a little bit.
Shut up. Who made you judge? I'm only in it for the money. Oh, I don't feel well at all. You're a bully, sir. You got a problem or something?
I can't hit him again. I want peanut butter ice cream right now. What about avocado ice cream? I've never had it. I'm also allergic to avocado. Makes like my lips swell and like my tongue itch a lot. / swell up. That'd be disgusting. But I know Tom Brady eats it. I saw that Tom Brady eats it or some shit like that. You're a bully. This bounty. There's avocado. You disgust. I still eat it. Like, mom ain't raised no bitch. I'll still eat the shit. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, my lord.
Sorry. No, I mean, it's good. You don't have to like it, you know. No apologizing. You don't like avocado? I do.
Sure. Where you want him?
Cell in the back.
Put him in jail. Oh, in here. Need my rope back. I eat avocado because it's healthy? It is.
Terrible mistake. I never did it. Any of it. I thought I told you to shut up, partner. But I told you. But nothing. Shut up. And
Bully.
it's been real.
Damn bully. How dare you?
Man, you ask folks.
Sounds kind of sus if you ask me.
This partner? I've already forgotten.
Because I like guac.
How much was you off?
I like guacamole. That's what it is. Oh, guacamole.
Thank you.
Arthur does not give a fuck.
Please remember.
Avocado's not good. I'm not gonna lie. As guac, I love it. I don't really eat it by itself though. The fuck is wrong with them? All right. So right now, Legate, we're net negative $150. You know, net negative 150. Back up to 200. Yes, sir. I get nachos and everything with the guac off. I love nachos. Let's go to the camp so I can keep the horse. It's gross. I don't blame you. I do not blame you. I'm a pretty picky eater overall. Dutch shouldn't even give us a share. Yeah, at this point, it's not. Eat avocado because it's healthy. I get you. Also, you can keep the horses fully yours. You don't got to go to camp. Okay. Well, we have to get another quest anyway for next time. I love nachos too. They're so good. So good. Yeah, because the quests are down here, so we got to do these. We're not doing anything else productive today. We're just going up to the camp for tomorrow. Looks shit, or I've taken a pic. I mean, it's fine. Nachos, like, unless you just make them, they're not very good picture foods. You know? As someone who's taken food pictures before, not very good picture foods. Giving Arthur money's like giving me gambling points. True. True. Well, I took a pic, but I'd have shared it, but if it looked better, I get you. I like beef, nacho, cheese, and salsa. I had chicken nachos yesterday. They're pretty solid. Just avoid. No, it's because the tortilla chips were homemade. Yo, that's actually cool, though. To make all your money disappear, people. I actually never had them with vegetables. Might be good. Like fajita vegetables? That's pretty solid. Is the bot not working? Wait. Your horse is dirt. Oh, let me brush him. Actually, I'm mad at you. Oh, no, it's working. Shit, nosebleed, BRB. Brush him, Arthur. What's working? They not let me grind. Yeah, they not.
Yeah, you're doing good.
Once you become a magician, call the show. Yo, Ash just got robbed. That'd be a good show. We get so much money, and then we'd lose it immediately. You know? We'd lose it immediately. Like, we started today with almost $400, and we just got back up to 200. What a day, huh? What a day. Big W's. Oh, look at Broward. Broward stays winning in this. Three femboy maids or a $3 million mansion? Interesting question. I goes there. It's me. It's me, buddy. Chicken noodle soup. Not bad. Stay there. Appreciate you. I'm gonna answer 3 fanboy maids for sure. I like that horse. You're right. That's a look at him, man. Let me put him in a better spot. He deserves better than this spot. Let me not just leave him. Let me put him over here. Oh, soap. I finished your sentence before I saw you finish it. To be fair. It's a big, majestic horse, boy. Look at him, man. That's a horse. Legit is so sexy for real. Like, that's a horse. Damn. Speak with her? With who? Who's saying that? Oh, her?
I'm not no Driscoll, miss.
Someone's risen up that girl. I hear her. I feel like everyone who doesn't vote for the house doesn't know what it's like to not have one. I agree. A $3 million house, you can make a profit and then you can still buy the maids.
You did good in town, finding out about that train.
Thank you. It was fun.
Oh, I wouldn't say it was all fun.
Hey, why did you turn down that fine gentleman?
Okay, I'll catch you later then.
Sounds good.
She just wants to read her book, to be honest. Like, if you see a girl out reading a book, you should probably leave her alone. You know? Karen just wants to marry Uzi. Knox, if that was Jon Snow, oh yeah, what if he's one of the maids?
Yes, Miss Grimshaw.
How many slaves like go to Alabama and buy children for child labor? You can't buy kids.
When it was convenient to head into Emerald Ranch, he's looking at a few business things there.
Okay.
Oh, he'll find something too. He always does. Will you be well now, Mr. Morgan?
I'm always well, Miss Grimshaw.
Hey, Miss Grimshaw.
This place, Susan.
An improvement on the
What do you think of Hosea? I'm mad at him for the bear incident yesterday. You know what I'm saying? The bear incident yesterday pissed me off with him. He had the whole sniper and just let me get my ass kicked by a bear. You know? Look at the horse's hooves. Like, he's like, don't worry, I got you. Soon as the bear came. Arthur trying to bust Miss Grimshaw cheeks down? That's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying. We do have the best looking horse here, huh? Like, by a lot. That's a buff ass horse. I'm saying. Look at him. Leg muscles, all of it. Look at these other. Look at all these other small ass horses. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. What was that side quest she said? Reverend Swanson? That's Hosea. We gotta check if it's a boy? No, we don't. We don't have to check. We don't have to check. Got a tank horse? Scroll out, it's more further away. This one? We've been there. Oh, there's another stable right there. Fuck is over here? Oh, I have a bounty right there. It's the H. Okay. We'll get over there, start the quest, and then we gotta check. Come on. All right, here. I got you. Weird. There you go. It is one. It's a boy. My God, you just started? Yeah. Yeah, I did. It's my first time. Yeah, it's a man. It's a man horse. That was a great shot. I'm taking a screenshot of that. It's an interesting screenshot. All right, let's go that way. Yeah, first time playing. You know, we've done pretty much nothing. What up, YouTube? What up? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Eventually it'll be on YouTube. Well, I mean, the whole VOD will be on YouTube tomorrow. But then after that, you know. What's up, Bill? We've done absolutely nothing productive, really, in this game. It actually feels wrong to start this. I wonder if 422 got that reference. I'm not sure. Oh, Snap about to follow your YouTube too? Yeah, so the VOD's going on YouTube, and then I'll, like, upload other videos to the other one. I need to add my, VOD's channel. Was that a gun I just heard? I need to add my VOD's channel to... I did hear a gun. To the socials thing. I'll do that later, though. Yo, what the hell is happening here?
Easy. Whoa.
Oh, he's just practicing. It's over that way? You're going the right way? Yeah, I saw it on the map. Yeah, he's just practicing.
Would you be interested in some friendly competition?
Not really.
I've come all the way north from Mexico to challenge a real American gunslinger.
I'm not a gunslinger. I'm ass. Except $5? No, we're not losing more money. You know what I got a craving for now? What? We've lost enough money. Pizza Lunchables? Yo. I haven't had those in forever. Do it? We're going to lose $5, bro.
Well, amigo, you in or what?
It's easy. Bro slinging that pistol. Yeah, we're about to lose. Unless I can dead-eye it. If I can dead-eye it, we win. It's only $5. Yeah, that's how we got to where we are today. Look at that. Use dead-eye in it? Oh, you can? My dead-eye full?
Yes, not. I'll get back to it then. Hasta la próxima, amigo.
Maybe we'll run into each other
Wait.
again.
Yeah,
He won't let...
Maybe. I'm always interested in a good...
Bro, don't leave. Don't. You took too long, you said forget about it. Yeah. Oh, well. I haven't had a pizza Lunchable in forever. I'm actually getting hungry. I'm not going to lie to you. I lost to him too, and then I robbed him. That's what I was going to do. I have to. I know I was about to lose. Look at the mini-map for the white question mark. I didn't look at the mini-map. I could have. I don't see a white question mark, though. Oh, randomly while riding around. Got you. They're so good. I love those. All right, let's get back on the trail. We'll get you a meal, bro. I don't mind. Oh, I will once I'm off stream. I'm almost done anyway. We're just going to where the quest is. I was going to do the quest. If you ate on stream, I would be fine with it. I don't know why it bugs me. Just check the mini-map every... Oh, wrong one. What the fuck? What just happened? What the... What is happening? Why are they... Come on, please. What just happened? Why did... Just a quick glance at it? You gotta use your remedy? No, I... Load the... Yeah, I wasn't like... I hit my mini-map and all of a sudden I was getting shot. And I was wondering what was going on. You completely ignore the remedy option? No, I was hitting the button as I died. As soon as I finished the Deadeye, I hit it. Yeah, we're gonna die a lot. Where's my horse at? Where you at, boy? There you are. Good horse. There we go. Oh, the O'Driscoll. Yeah, so like I hit the remedy button as soon as my Deadeye was done, but I died before it came up. You know? I just noticed he got a nice little white patch in the front. He does. It's a pretty nice horse. House doesn't want me to win. Damn. So are they just gonna ambush me randomly? Is that what it is? It's just like a random run-in? May not be the fastest, but he sure is ours. Exactly. Amen, brother. Yeah, so it's random? Okay. So it's like in Skyrim how like thieves will randomly try to rob you randomly and shit. Got you. Okay. Got it. I like this horse. It's gang war. We gotta end that war. That's a deer. Wait. Might as well take it, right? I mean, it's here. Let's push that boy to his limit and see what his max speed is. We will. Oh, it's rotten. Never mind. Never mind. Rotten. Okay, boy. It's mauled. It won't be valuable. All right, let's see. Wait. Let's,
You okay, boy? Yep. Come on.
He's not super fast, but I like him. You can watch animals hunt other animals in the game, like hawks catching fish or snakes. I'm not gonna lie, off stream I may just sit and enjoy the nature of it. You know? Better know this or you ain't the real 420 guy. You know, like, the more you bond, the faster he goes. I'm working on bonding. You're okay, boy.
There, boy.
Let's brush him. Well, I guess I can't brush him like this.
You're okay, boy.
I've gone bird watching in this game with binoculars. I'm not gonna lie, Legate. I love how like in depth you go into games. You'd be a good game reviewer, to be honest with you. Easy boy. There are 66 bird species in this game. That's a lot. Jesus Christ.
You're all right, boy.
What state is this game taking place in again?
There, boy.
Each section is a different state. It's not in one state. Oh, okay, okay. Got you. It's a mixture of a few different states. Ah, okay, okay. Got you. Let's push it. Definitely Texas. That's what I was...
Keep your distance. Got a criminal here.
Oh, they're turning someone in. Never mind. I know Texas is one in Louisiana. Yeah, I figured Louisiana because I saw that there's gators in this game. In like a swampy area. Like St. Denis is based off New Orleans. Okay. That makes sense. New Orleans. Scratch out of your day? Pretty good. I mean, all I did was wake up and stream, to be fair. So, I mean, you spent my entire day with me so far. I haven't done much. I've not done much.
Interesting way of putting it, James.
Save here, you don't want to start the quest yet? Yeah, I don't want to start. We're just doing the quest tomorrow.
I do interesting very well. It's trusting I don't do so well. Please.
Tomorrow quest or tomorrow? Tomorrow. We're doing it tomorrow for sure. I feel like today was a degenerate day in the game. This game has great fishing system too. Mary Thickness, yes. When do we get a fishing pole? We can do a fishing stream. So I can learn fishing and all that stuff. We get in like chapter 3 or in chapter 2. Do Hosea mission tomorrow? Yeah, that's what we're doing tomorrow. You know, we got the bounty in a few missions. Okay. We're actually going to be productive tomorrow. We're going to be productive. So tomorrow's title, instead of actually doing missions, is going to say productive stream. Productive stream. You know? There's a ton of legendary animals and fish too, huh? We're going to have to do that too, rounding up all the legendaries. Come on, why? Oh, no you don't want productivity? Oh, the gambling's not working? I think there's a 15-second cool... Oh, there you go. Productive could mean fishing and hunting legendary animals. It could. I don't think we're at the level to do that yet, though. You know? I don't think we're there yet. Productive doesn't mean progress. That is true. I like how you think, Legate. I like how you think there. You know? I'm liking that. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll do Hosea's mission, and then we'll go from there. Legit, we'll take you to the ends of the earth. Exactly. Skratsx, could I have some points? Your sister scarred me. 0% progress, 100% productivity. Yeah, as long as, you know, we're having fun with it. Look at this handsome dude. Yo, you? Are you looking at you? Hey, John, I guess. You know what? I'm feeling generous. There you go. I like your cut. Appreciate it. Thank you. I did it myself, actually. Did that myself. I didn't braid it, though. There you go. Y'all all got points. There you go. There we go. Turning it around. All right. Let's see. There we go. Who are we rating? This game reminds me of the Hateful Eight. It does, doesn't it? That's a good reference. Can I get another loan, please? I just can't. You just lost all 100K. Yo, bro. I just gave you one. I just gave everybody 100K. You know? I just gave you one. Same here. What? Meek streams online? I'm thinking we raid Meek. I think same here. Please give us another loan. All right, I'll give you one more because I'm feeling generous. This is it. This is the last stimmy. There, that's the last stimmy. That's it. All right, do with that what you will. All right, copy. Give me more money. I just gave y'all 100K. W Stimmy, yes, sir. So we're gonna raid Meek. Tomorrow is a shorter stream. So tomorrow's gonna be 4 hours. Tomorrow's a 4 hour. All right, because I gotta be out here at 2 tomorrow. So tomorrow's a shorter stream, and then Saturday we'll be back with like a regular type. Damn. It's a tough loss. About to get a scat pack. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So because tomorrow, you know, Got a photo shoot, so I got to be out of here on time. And then Saturday we'll be back with like a little bit of a longer stream. Sound good? Wait, if tomorrow's 4 inches, you might as well give us 7 inches today. I gave 7 hours yesterday. Yesterday was a 7-hour stream. You know? I can't do 7 hours every day, bruh. They won't be special. You know? You know what I mean? So, yeah. But all right. I'm out of here. Hello, y'all. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. It was fun, even though we literally did nothing productive, especially me. Yo, I appreciate that. You know, all we did today was we robbed a gun store. We watched a movie. How many users we averaged today? I'm not sure. 9-hour stream? Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know. I'll post it in Discord. I only see it afterwards. Peace out, gangies. I'll see y'all tomorrow, and I'll let you know how many we averaged in Discord. But yeah, we're gonna raid Meek. Also, if you're not in Discord already, join that. And then here's the socials. Maybe tomorrow. Bitch, you gotta shoot tomorrow. Oh, not tomorrow. Saturday. Maybe Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Saturday. Not tomorrow. I gotta shoot tomorrow. You're right. You're right. You're right. Good point. But all right. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place. 10 a.m. Central. All right. Be good for Meek. All right. I'll see y'all. Skratsx a model? No, I'm not. I'm a photographer.